Hello. Ah, there's no sound. I see. All right. Let me. They recently updated, and I have an idea how to fix this. Give me just a moment. I accidentally muted myself, so give me just a moment. There may be some technical difficulties while I try to figure out what's going on. I know OBS updated like a few, maybe it was a longer time, but please let me know if the audio is audible. If not, I'll continue to fiddle around with settings to see how that goes. Everything is audible for me, but I don't know if it's audible for those lurking. I think let's. How do I currently sound compared to the game now? I obviously don't want anything to be too loud,
I don't sing
but
for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace.
I'm not trying to whisper. I'm just speaking at my normal volume. It could be my positioning as well, but no, I'm not trying to be quieter. I know I have a soft voice, but I promise I'm not trying to whisper. But welcome, Volda. I did not, excuse me, I did not mean to be 2 hours late, but some things occurred that I need to take care of. But I do want to continue with lore lore reading stream because it's just been a week and I'd like to try and decompress. Also, welcome, Jam. Welcome. Oh, but this will be a largely low energy, a large, excuse me, a largely low energy stream. Watching the live stream, by the way, I have not watched the live stream. I haven't been on social media. I had work today, and then I needed to take care of personal things. And once I returned home, it took some time to organize some things, and now I'm streaming. So unfortunately, I have not watched the live stream, and I haven't been on social media today, so you should. It might energize you a bit. So usually when it comes to live streams, I do enjoy watching them, but if I don't feel the best emotionally, I don't want to watch it because it'll definitely affect, like, my mood will. I don't necessarily think it'll energize me because I'll still just be a bit too all over the place. So when I'm in a better mood, I'll watch the live stream. But I originally wanted to. I've meant to do a lore reading stream for quite some time, but I either got distracted or I have no energy or something occurred. So one of the biggest issues I have right now is that I'm just very, very far behind. And while I do always want to exercise some degree of grace, it just compiles after a while. and I have limited time when it comes to reading. So, at the very least, I would like to try and read and form some thoughts on stream before I attempt to outline or analyze anything. Also, thank you, Jam. It means. Sorry if I am a bit all over the place. So, in regards to lore reading, I haven't read any of the character stories or profiles in depth to the degree that I would like to. I also have not read their weapons, their signatures, even if they may not be necessarily aligned to them. And I do feel like this is probably going to be a lengthier-ish stream just because going through each character I feel is going to take at least like an hour or so. So it'll be like it'll just take some time, especially when I go through them too. I want to try and get a bit of an understanding and refresh things I may have forgotten or just didn't put together at all. So let's see. I feel when it comes to at least the characters I currently have, I won't necessarily go over Venti's lore, but I do want to go over Daybreak Chronicles because some of the weapons I think I glanced at, but I also didn't completely read. So we'll see. But henceforth, or I shouldn't say henceforth, going forward, I don't necessarily want to have or will make any form of a schedule. I think I'm just going to be a bit spontaneous, unfortunately, just due to my own scheduling issues and lack of things. So in that aspect, I probably won't be making too many posts on social media either about it, which is unfortunate. Like, I'll post the message about, oh, I'm streaming now, but it won't be a definitive time, unfortunately, because I feel like it's very difficult for me to manage my effectively. And it's also been getting really difficult for me to navigate lore and other commitments that I either have rescheduled on top of existing plans, and it just becomes an entire a mess and it's very difficult. So I think moving forward, I'm just going to have randoms, but I will do my best to upload them onto YouTube. And I do apologize in advance for that. Obviously, when it comes to Archon quests, I think I will try to have a schedule for it, but until that time comes and I feel like I really can have a solid schedule, we'll just go from there. But on the topic of the current characters, since honestly I would say Columbina, I haven't really read through the character stories because, again, as I've mentioned in the past on streams, I like when characters reach at least friendship level 6 so I can just read through everything and then I don't have to wonder about what happens next and have to just rely on the wiki while I'm reading a, very extensive text. So I'm at the moment, I want to, he is no longer favorited because he's finished. Actually, I just got completely distracted. Hold on. Now I have to go through this again. Okay, I'll do this later. But what I think I will do is first and foremost, I meant to go to character archive. I wanted to go in order of like reading characters first. And by that, technically, The longest ago was Lauma. I did read Flint's information on stream once, but I don't know if it'll be this time around just because of how extensive, it is how long it's going to be. So I'll probably do Durin, Columbina, and Zibai, and then also their weapons. And I feel like either of, like, all of their weapons are going to take me on different tangents just because that's the nature of weapons in Genshin Impact. So, but in terms of who came first, I feel like we should probably start with Jiren. I did complete his story quest finally last month, and I think I can go, yeah, Jiren, Columbina, Zibai, and then I'll do Venti's Daybreak Chronicles. I love how I literally have them on a team. I forgot that I just have them on a team together. But before I do anything, let me do my missions for the day. Also, on that note of not pushing oneself, I strongly encourage you all to do the same. Please do not push yourself. All right. But yes, I do feel bad. I am not up to date. I'm not current with really anything, just due to personal complications. But I do yearn to eventually be back on the same track that everyone else is. Also, welcome, Vega. I am managing. How are you today? Also, oh, wait, I can just make, ooh, I will do Leyline so that I can get them because I need books. I do in fact feel like a fraud, unfortunately, because I have no context and probably, and this isn't even to be quirky or different, TM, but I probably just won't watch the live stream for a little bit because it's really one of those low energy days. But I am very excited for
Without further ado,
reading the lore characters I have. Oh. Oh, that's right. I didn't actually condense these. I probably should. But how have you all been? I hope your week was very good. Also, on that note, I do want to read Ilua's lore as well, though it might honestly be, because what friendship level? Oh, he's 4. Never mind. I forgot I have not placed him in the teapot, so unfortunately he's falling behind.
Be gone, shadow of darkness! All the light fall in!
be cleansed.
You support
Light to dust.
I've noticed that I don't even really need to use Zibai's. Like, I just keep spamming her E, even though I know for a fact you want to use her E, then her E again, then her burst. So she's so strong. Oh, I feel like it's really difficult for me not to.
Use the force off. Go get it, maiden! Light compels you! Charge!
Like, none of this is necessary. I shouldn't be trying to do a... Well, that was a very poorly done rotation. Also, or not even a rotation, I have slowly been exploring different areas of the map because I would like to 100% all of the current regions until we reach, or before we reach Sneznaya. And thus far, I have 100% Enkanomiya, which made me really happy because for the longest time it was at 98%. And then I also 100% the Chasm Underground Mines, which was also at like 94%, I think. But I will need to do all of Remoria because there are so many areas I just have not done in full. And I also need to do the Ancient Sacred Mountain because I did not thoroughly explore any of these areas. I did like the world quest, and that was pretty much it. And so, yeah, I have a lot to do, but I'm trying to take it one region at a time. So at the moment, I'm going to focus on. I'm going to focus on Chenyu Vale, and then I'll get Chenyu Vale to 100%. Then from there, go to Sumeru. And I know that Sumeru is going to be a very arduous process, just because of just how large it is. Though, in all seriousness, I think a lot of these percentages are oculi, because I feel like most of this are the chests that I collected. I'm okay-ish. Don't have much appetite, but have to because I need my meds after food. Oh, I understand that. Sometimes I lose an appetite depending on, or in the past, depending on the medication, I haven't had an appetite. And recently, just due to stresses, I haven't had an appetite, but I try to have some fruit or something. But unfortunately, no, Vega. I have not watched the live stream. I may not watch it for a little bit, but I'm very excited for, the new information and characters that we'll see in the world quests and things like that.
You got this! Be gone, Shadow of Dark! Ah! Press the advantage!
Without further ado, like the dust! The sky's clear, the glazed moon shines!
Oh wait, I also have been a little bit inactive in my Discord just due to different things, but I, unfortunately, as in my nature of being silly, I did a 10 pull on Varka's banner again, and then I immediately got him again. So now I have a C1 wolf, and I don't know what to do with him. So he's just gonna stay here for now. Ignore that he is level 90 and that his weapon is level 90 and his artifacts are maxed. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He's just gonna stay there. And in my server, I've been teased because one of my friends was like, man, that's unfortunate for you, huh? The consequences of one's own action. I somehow finished Sumeru in one day with lots of alcohol and a 60s music playlist. Oh my goodness. So the thing is, I don't think Sumeru is actually going to take me that long. I think what's actually going to take me a while will be certain areas of, actually not even the desert, the forest. Like I really feel like this is going to take me longer because I was just breezing through the desert. Like I 100% this and got to 97 here. And this was without the levels when they implemented them in later expansions with Sumeru. So I'll slowly go through and see. And I know going underground is going to be like the mausoleum. And like this is just going to take some time. And again, I'm really happy that they did implement the different levels because they did take forever. And, shout out to all of us who were just so like adamant on exploring. I meant the rainforest and the desert, the whole enchilada. Yeah, that's actually very impressive. I really feel like when it comes to exploration, I just need a dedicated afternoon, some comfy music, assuming I'm not just going to be listening to Hoyo Mix, and then I'll be fine. But I'll be going to Sumeru after I finish Chenyu Vale. because I have not 100% Genuveil yet. And after that, it'll go just in chronological order from regions. Go from Liyue. I already did Inazuma's 100%. So then I jumped to Sumeru. Then I'll come to Fontaine. Then I'll go through Natlin. And finally, Not Cry. Though thankfully, I don't think it'll be too long of a process. So, oh, I think I need to use, okay. I was one of these people exploring the desert raw without the level map. Yeah, I was just in there. Like I went in there and just was exploring and I had a lot of fun. I didn't use I'm happy they implemented the different levels because the mausoleum within itself is an entire thing. So but I look forward to more exploration TM. Cry should be the easiest with the new compasses they release. Oh no, I agree. I agree. Oh my... Hello? I'll be completely honest, they jump scared me.
The kids come over again today.
Where did... It's the baby and... Hello? I was not expecting them to be here. I do think, with Not Cry's compasses, because again, I nearly 100% Hisi Isle just because I wanted to get Volume 1 of Hymns of the Far North very quickly. So there's that. I need to do all of, like, it will take not nearly as long in Not Cry than it will for Sumeru. But yeah, like, I didn't know that. Huh. They really just... They startled me here. I did not mean the crap that I meant to speak to them. Oh my gosh!
And that's the alchemical transmutation process. What do you think? Would you like to try it yourself?
I still can't remember the formula from just now. If I damage the crafting bench...
For small-scale work like this, failure will only result in the loss of materials. Besides, losing materials is an unavoidable part of learning alchemy.
Oh my gosh, I just perked up. My baby. Teaching him, are we?
Yes. After all, alchemy counts as common sense in this world. Durin happens to be interested in this too. Although the environment here is somewhat rudimentary, it's good enough to teach some basic formulas.
I wrote down all the formulas Albedo taught me. There are so many numbers and symbols, it feels like I'm trudging through mud.
Oh, I love Durin so much.
When it comes to learning, how fast you go isn't what matters. What matters most is laying a solid foundation every step of the way.
This is advice for everyone. I just want to screenshot.
It looks like we've used up most of our materials. For now, let's head back and retrieve some more.
The kids come over again today.
Oh, that's so precious. Okay, I'll be honest. I've been avoiding certain anecdotes when I go to like Inazuma or Sumeru or something just because I want to be locked in. But I cannot remember ever encountering them. But that was so sweet, and just because of that, I'm gonna start doing Durin's character story readings. I need... Where do I... Actually... I know where I'm going to go. I know where I'm going to go. But again, I do hope everyone is comfortable.
I love the snow. It's so beautiful and peaceful. And I can have snowball fights with the Kuhenki. Shall we have one now?
Oh, I don't think I've heard that voice line from her before. That's so cute. She said snow is peaceful and beautiful. And I can throw snowballs at the Kuhenki. She's so cute. But yeah, I think I'm actually going to do Durin's lore readings. Just I feel like it'd make the most sense to do in Dragon Spine. They jump scared me too, and also Varka jump scared me. Oh, I don't like the idea of Varka jump scare. I don't like Varka jump scare idea. And this reminds me too, because I've just been so out of it. So I do apologize. Also, being here is going to be very bittersweet. I feel like I'm going to just cry. I can't tell. Do I actually want to... This is so... Like, the idea of being in here is just completely quiet now. Oh, like... Being here... Okay. Story-wise, I understand why it had to happen. But it's still so incredibly sad every time I look at Durin. This. I truly wish Dragonspine Durin was able to live a much more peaceful life. It's okay, we'll keep you company. I think Nahida Snowline still makes me laugh the most with her existential crisis. Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever heard... Have I heard her? Let me see.
Can you hear that? The heavens are whispering to all living things. It's time for bed now.
Okay, Nahida. That is very profound, and also I think I need to find some that. Oh my gosh, Sweetie raid! Sweetie, welcome! Welcome, raiders! I hope you've had a comfy stream. Welcome, welcome! Not sure what this... Oh wait, I just realized this individual is... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, never mind, he was not a threat. But what were you streaming? Hello. It's a pleasure. I was just about to do lore reading stream for a few characters, and we're in Dragonspine, so I was going to aim for it to be Durin. A little story game called Forgotlings. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of that. Lore reading? Yes. I and the lovely lurkers here, we are a bunch of Genshin lore nerds, and we just like to look at the lore of Genshin Impact. Or I say look at it, read it, and figure out, like try to connect some things, gush about characters, you know, the work. So yeah, I need to check Forgotlings. Oh, I've never heard of that. That's interesting.
Watch out!
Oh, he's so... I'm gonna be Durin because he's so baby. Look at him. He's my son. I want everyone to know that Durin's my son alongside Chongyun. They're just my babies. The first game is called Forgotten and... Interesting. I'm definitely going to look into that. Oh, this is my favorite track. Oh, it's so good. It's so good, but also so bittersweet. But yes, I am going to be rambling about Durin Genshin Impact. And I apologize in advance if I get emotional. Because I genuinely love Durin so much, and his story is absolutely one of my favorites in the entire game. Also, I still do not recognize this as Durin because I'm so used to having the other skin on him because I kept this on. I didn't do his story quest for like 3 or 4 months. But yes, we all are Hoyo Mix appreciators here. I do have to wonder though, like, I have... Okay, this is a super tinfoil hat crackpot theory, and it's because of a dream I had about Genshin Impact, where Nibelung revives and he immediately goes to seek to control Durin. And ever since, I'm like, okay, they're now foils, and I'm going to go into detail. So yeah. Yes. Oh, Kojo. I probably should look at the live stream codes. But wait, that's not what I meant to do. Also, I generally don't remember if characters, their dialogue is still in the background when you read character stories. It's been such a long time, I feel, since I've read them that I don't know. Does anyone here remember? Because if not, that's fine. I can just turn off the dialogue because I feel like I've been in menus where you can still hear them. I don't know though. Oh, and also the artifacts. I think I'm gonna have to have a dedicated stream for the artifacts, like another lore reading stream. But it's been a while. Yeah, it's just But again, I apologize if I get a bit emotional. Durin's my baby, and I'm still so excited that he's finally in the game. But I want to go through his character stories first, then we'll listen to his voice lines, then we'll then I'll read through the weapon description. Now I will say, again, it probably is going to take me about an hour-ish for each character, and that's assuming I don't get sidetracked. So I apologize in advance, but I promise you, it's just how my brain works. So for Durin, character details. After one particular Windbloom festival, a new face appeared in Mondstadt, a young boy with horns upon his head and wings growing from his back. Master Jean told the people that this boy had once been a dragon. Through wondrous alchemy, he had gained a human form and now sought to learn how to live among them. A dragon turning into a human wasn't exactly shocking news. After all, countless fairy tales had sprouted from Mondstadt's soil. What truly stirred the people's curiosity was the boy's name, Durin. Whenever that name was spoken aloud, people would instinctively look toward Dragonspine. Beneath its blinding snows lay the colossal bones of a creature long gone, and with them, memories of a calamity best left buried. For most citizens of Mondstadt, that name carried not wonder, but unease. Still, with Jean and the Knights of Favonius vouching for him, Durin was welcomed into the city all the same. People began to see him everywhere in the city, and they soon discovered that in truth, Durin was the more timid one in every encounter. He was curious about everyone, yet preferred to watch from afar, uncertain and hesitant to draw near. Whatever dread his name once evoked, the boy before them had no share in it. Little by little, the people of Mondstadt grew used to Durin's presence. Their wary glances softened, and daily life returned to its peaceful rhythm. In time, when they spoke his name again, many no longer looked toward the white peaks. Instead, they thought of a gentle boy, one who blushed as he asked Flora in front of the floral whisper which flowers might best suit a friend, or who stood outside Good Hunter, embarrassed yet earnest as he asked how not to burn the meat. Bit by bit, those gentle scenes washed away the memory of the old disaster. The name Durin, once spoken of in fear, no longer made anyone flinch. It felt, in a way, like rewriting the ending of a sorrowful tale right from its very beginning. I'm not going to make it through these character stories without tearing up a little bit, so I know for a fact you guys are going to hear my voice crack. Because, again, I'm really happy that I finished the final act of Durin's personal story quest on stream, because it was very lovely being able to not only experience his character story, which I will agree, did not need to be separated across 5 days. But the story of someone who is not human coming to learn of and be taught about humanity, in addition to discovering oneself in such a timid way, but earnest all the same, it'll always make my heart just not hurt, but it's heartwarming. But he's trying really, really hard. And I truly, truly think that Durin will further he will grow into his own. And I'm happy that even though that there were there's right for some people to be wary and they're a bit unnerved at the idea of an abyssal entity or one that has abyssal influence in them, like what could happen, what are the threats that are there. But Durin himself is already going through the process of balancing the abyssal nature within him, and also recognizing that he is not Dragonspine Durin, that he is his own person. So I really love that. And the sheer symbolism too, I feel, between him and his mother. Can we also, his mother, Mom of the Year, Mom of Forever, actually. Thank you so much. Because his story of his chapter will continue. His story is not over. She literally, okay. Durin is a mini descender. I will stand on that because he is. When you have a character that is able to superimpose his own fate on top of the past Dragonspine Durin, it is now going to create his own story, I think is just such a powerful statement. And I really, really like that. I love it so much. And his relationship with his mother, sorry. I am rambling and I'm gushing just because of how much I adore Durin. And this was such a lovely introduction to him. He's a gentle boy and he's just trying. Character Story 1. Have you ever heard the story of Durin? Through on-site investigations and the study of ancient records passed down among Mondstadt's people, the Adventurers Guild has pieced together a fairly detailed account. Hundreds of years ago, when the catastrophe from Conria spread across the land, an evil dragon named Durin descended upon Mondstadt, leading a horde of abyssal creatures in its wake. Its very existence was a disaster. With a single breath, it could turn fertile plants into barren wastelands. Guided by Barbados, the Animal Archon, his familiar Dvalin took to the skies above the snowing mountains to face Durin in a fierce battle. In the end, Dvalin tore open Durin's throat and brought the dragon down. Yet Dvalin, too, was tainted by the venomous blood, and remained so until recently. All in all, it is a rather tragic tale. In the days following the Great Calamity, a certain poem quietly circulated among the bards of Mondstadt. Mother, as you bade me, I have come to this land to show everyone my beauty. The flowers here are fragrant, and the wind is gentle. I run with the breeze, and the blossoms bloom brighter in my wake. Butterflies flutter around me, as if in awe of my beauty. Yet when I reach out to them, they always shy away. But then a lovely one approached me of his own accord, as though inviting me to dance. I accepted his invitation, and together we spun and twirled. The wind lifted the petals, adorning our dance with their colors. Mother, I think I've made a new friend. Strangely, soon after its appearance, the Knights of Favonius traced the poem back to its source after being tipped off by some unknown party. They erased its title and sealed away the collection it appeared in, marking it as a forbidden text. At the time, people had no idea why the Knights of Favonius acted as they did. If you take a keen interest in Durin's story and dig a little deeper, you might find an alchemist's experimental notes revealing that Durin's consciousness came from beyond the heavens and was fused with the body of the wicked dragon. Through alchemy, corrupted by abyssal power, his senses and experiences were far removed from those of ordinary beings. Until his fall, he never had any choice but to become the embodiment of disaster, and he likely could not make sense of the cruel world around him. Seen this way, the poem might actually be telling Durin's story from his own perspective. A certain mage chanced upon this tale and could not help but feel a pang of regret. If the soul, known as Durin, could have freed itself from the abyss's curse and ultimately forged a friendship with Dvalin, how different might that ending have been? Perhaps to reconcile this lingering sorrow, the mage set pen to paper and wove a new story into being, one in which the protagonist bore the name Durin. Oh, when I think about Dragonspine Durin, my heart just breaks. It breaks so much because Dragonspine Durin was a creation of alchemy, but so incredibly corrupted. And even though in Durin's mind, he was he wanted to be compatible with the world, but was not. And due to that, he was unfortunately, he had to be stopped. And I think it's so curious how we have this little excerpt here. But yes, I agree. It's the same. The exact same thing happens with Elenos. W reading. Oh, thank you, Coach. Also, I did get your message. I will be redeeming the codes because I have not seen the live stream because I am not a cool kid. So I'm so sorry to realize you're streaming. No, you're fine. I mean, I feel like I've been messaged Stranger Things, and what you even sent me wasn't even strange. Oh, Elenos was huge. I feel like Elenos was just an entire. Well, they were like an entire region. They continue to be the home for the Melusine. But specifically, this excerpt here. Mother, as you bade me, I have come to this land to show everyone my beauty. Mother, I think I've made a new friend. A very curious poem. I wonder who wrote it. I wonder who wrote it. And then a certain mage. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna cry. I think I'm gonna cry reading this. But yeah, corrupted by abyssal power as an experience from those of being. It's just, I wonder who might have wrote it. Yeah, it's a mystery. We'll never know. Thankfully, we don't know any bards who know all songs from the past, present, and future. But for this mystery person to write such a beautiful poem in Dragonspine Durin perspective, it's beautiful, but it's just bittersweet. Who could it possibly be? Yeah. Character Story 2. When Durin first arrived in Mondstadt. Excuse me. Sorry, as soon as I started, I got... Sorry. There is a kitten here, and she startled me. One moment. I suppose kittens like Durin. One moment. Okie dokie. Character Story 2. When Durin first arrived in Mondstadt, he always preferred to avoid crowded places. He was like a lone splash of color at the edge of a painting, striking yet unable to form any meaningful scene. Trapped in this static blot, he struggled to make new friends and begin the story that was truly his own. At that time, Lisa had just accepted Jean's request to become Durin's tutor. She observed all this and quickly realized that Durin was not naturally solitary. His yearning to make friends was evident, yet he hesitated at every turn. When Lisa asked him about it, he finally confessed his worries. I don't know how to get along with other humans. Well, learning how to interact with people is indeed a prerequisite for friendship, Lisa replied, but that is not something that can be taught in a classroom. So Lisa assigned Durin an extracurricular task, to step out of his room and observe how the people of Mondstadt interacted with one another. The request from his mentor dissolved most of his hesitation, and he finally left his room, just as he had once climbed out of his hiding place in the mine. Durin's first choice for guidance was Albedo, whom he regarded as a genius who seemed to know everything. But when it came to learning human social skills, Albedo glanced around his alchemy workshop, secluded amidst the surrounding snowfields, and after a moment's thought, suggested that Durin find a more suitable teacher. Next, Durin thought of Klee. She seemed capable of befriending anyone. Surely she knew of an effective method for connecting with others. Klee's advice, however, was simply to go fish blasting with them. In her view, two people who had blasted fish side by side could certainly count as comrades in arms. Durin only began to understand what she meant after being locked in the confinement room with her by Jean. Durin also considered seeking help from Dahlia and Kaya. After all, one was a deacon with an adept listening ear, and the other the cavalry captain eager to help others. Once Durin explained his situation, the two immediately agreed and took him to the Angel's Share. There, the reticent Durin watched as the tavern's patrons raised their glasses, singing and laughing together. In Mondstadt, this was clearly human social interaction. However, after just a single sniff of the bar's beverages, Durin nearly toppled over. Luckily, the composed bartender quickly swapped his drink for juice. This method of socializing, he realized, was beyond him, at least for the moment. Still, the experience sparked an idea. He ventured to another tavern, quieter and free from the dizzying fumes of alcohol. There, people socialized through a card game called Genius Invocation TCG. But before Durin could even find an opponent, he was swarmed by a group of cats, only escaping thanks to Diona's intervention. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Durin tried again and again, but never quite learned a practical way to interact with others. And in the end, he hadn't completed the extracurricular assignment Lisa had set for him. However, when he went back to report, Lisa did not blame him. Then let's treat this as a long-term assignment. When you feel ready, come find me, and I'll check your results. Really? Thank you, ma'am. Lisa hadn't eased her requirements carelessly. She could see that Durin was no longer the isolated, colorless block he had been before. He had begun to find his place in the world. Albedo had set up extra heating in his mountain workshop. The knights sometimes left an extra chair in the confinement room. Angel's Share had a bar seat reserved just for juice, and a special table occasionally appeared outside the cat's tail. In truth, human interaction had no fixed form. Everyone brought their own edges, rough or otherwise, collided with one another, and eventually found the places where they fit. Unbeknownst to him, Durin had already become part of this picture. His colors were still a little unusual, but he now added to the many interesting scenes unfolding around him. The people appearing in these scenes were his friends, present and future. The events taking place within them were his story, and once he came to realize this, his assignment would be complete. This is very heartwarming to read. The early stages are always rough, discovering oneself, stumbling while you're trying to find your footing, seeing how people interact, but all walks of life interact and socialize differently. And I just think it's very endearing that he's doing this. Shame on Dahlia and Kaya for trying to get him drunk, though. He is a full, 3 days old, so no. You don't give him alcohol. Let him have his juice boxes. I do think it's hilarious though that he's like, nah, it's too strong for me. But this is very precious. And thank you, Lisa. His long form assignment, social interaction. Ah, my heart. Character Story 3. When Durin first arrived in Tavat, Sumeru was his first stop. At that time, he had not yet gained a human body and was known to everyone as Mini Durin. His very existence was extraordinary, which naturally drew the attention of the curious and the unscrupulous alike. Fortunately, Hat Guy served not only as his guide, but also as his bodyguard. With nothing more than his perpetually gloomy expression, he could scare off most nosy bystanders, while the mercenaries hired by merchants trafficking exotic beasts rarely lasted a single encounter in his presence. Those days were light and happy ones for Durin. By strict comparison, Tavat could not match the peace and comfort of Simulanka, yet he found himself enchanted by this new world. But the one doubt that lingered in Durin's mind after arriving in this world came from Hat Guy himself. As a dragon born of fairy tales, Durin viewed everyone as a unique story. Living in Sumeru with Hat Guy, he was fortunate enough to witness countless tales, such as rainforests, mushrooms, tail care, and big ears, or the Academia, jokes dragons don't understand, Genius Invocation TCG, and big ears on a hat. Occasionally, trips into the desert offered opportunities to read Desert Games of Catch and The Little Wolfhound. Yet, whenever Durin looked at Hat Guy, the one who had spent the most time by his side, he could see no story at all. In the end, Durin didn't voice his doubts to Hat Guy. He felt it was simply too soon, so he stayed close, hoping to uncover Hat Guy's story. Not long after, however, the latter suggested ending their journey. I've had enough of our little trip for now. You should go bother someone else, or return to that fairy tale world of yours. No, I still don't know your story. Durin stood firm in his refusal. Though Hat Guy's tone was, as always, sharp enough to make anyone frown, Durin could tell he wasn't just trying to send him away out of impatience. The real reason Hat Guy wanted him to leave seemed to lie hidden somewhere within his own story, one Durin had yet to encounter. Had it been anyone else, Hat Guy probably would have just turned and walked away. But he saw the determination in Durin's eyes. Ever since the day Durin decided to follow him on his journey across Tavat, Hat Guy had never once managed to turn him down for good. This time, he relented as well. Do you wish for your story to take root in this world, Durin? My story? In this world? This will almost certainly be an important choice for you. But if you stay by my side forever, how much of the world will you really come to know? I want you to go farther, to see its beauty and its ugliness too. Then, once you've seen enough, make your choice. But what about your story, Hat Guy? If you decide to plant your story here in this world, I suppose I'll have a small part in it. Just remember the part I played, and that'll be enough. That's my story as far as you're concerned. Hearing this, Durin fell silent for a long while. It was the first time he'd ever heard Hat Guy speak to anyone like that, in an encouraging tone, yet tinged with a faint trace of something that almost sounded like a plea. In the end, Durin accepted his advice. I really, really love Durin's dynamic with so many characters, and especially Hat Guy. Because when you have, when you have creations of alchemy coming to write their own story, integrate and exist alongside humanity, learn about humanity, and each tread their own paths. I just love that so much. Like, I think of how, for instance, Albedo and Wanderer foils to one another. We have Durin, the Fae as well. I say Flynn's, considering the Snowland Fae were a creation of alchemy. And I really like that the hero of the tale was Wanderer. And he is the one who specifically encouraged, and obviously Albedo as well, but directly we have Wanderer encouraging Durin to go on his own journey, to experience the world, to write his own story, to go out. You can't just stand and wait. And you also can't expect to learn everyone's story just yet. Wanderer is a very private person for a reason. And with time, Durin will obviously learn more. But I do appreciate how he's telling Durin, go out, explore the world, see the good and the bad, and presumably see things in the world that I could not. Like, this is your story now, so go and write it. And I really, really love that. Oh, I'm getting even more emotional. I love Durin's story so much. I wish I could have a mini Durin and a Durin plushie. I would want a Dragon's Mind Durin plushie as well, but I don't know how they would model that. I suppose after the Shadow Dragon, quote unquote, that they have in an older cutscene, but I need Durin. Little plushie would be so cute. Yeah, parts of his character story were in his teaser. The way that I've been so in and out with Genshin that I need to rewatch his trailer, his demo, and see. I love Durin so much. Character Story 4. Before Durin was rescued from the curse via the blessings everyone bestowed upon him, most of his days in Simulanka were spent in the mines, tormented by solitude and despair. Yet when he had first arrived, there had been a brief stretch of happiness. In those days, his mother, Anya Marie Andersdotter, had still been amongst the living. At that time, Simulanka was still under construction. Durin often accompanied his mother whenever she could take a break from her work, exploring the four corners of Simulanka with her. Along the way, he watched as she and his two aunts debated how to shape the world around them. Their discussions always started with the same question: what would a world with dragons look like? From that spark came grand designs, valleys carved, tracks laid, castles rising, all brought to life in the midst of their lively debates. Sometimes, though, those debates turned into arguments. His fiery red aunt loved adding thrilling elements, bombs, or anything that would make the world more exciting, while his mother always expressed her worries. She cherished the people of Simulanka as if they were her own children, and couldn't stand the thought of their home being reduced to ruins by some reckless artifice. Still, the arguments never lasted long. Soon enough, the fiery red aunt would find clever ways to adjust her ideas, not only putting his mother's worries to rest, but making their world all the more vibrant and fascinating. Back then, the story of Simulanka had yet to be completed, and his mother often paused her writing to think. Whenever she did, his pale blue aunt would come to visit, bringing delicate teacups and plates of delicious sweets. Their conversations were deep and far-reaching, stretching from pleasant afternoons into quiet nights, from the stars above to the future of Simulanka itself. During these talks, this pale blue aunt would often glance at the new scales growing on Durin with a complicated look in her eyes, one that made him uneasy. Still, she always brought wonderful treats, so he didn't mind her visits too much. At all other times, his mother could usually be found bent over her desk, writing. Durin would sit quietly by her side, listening to the sound of her pen as he drifted to sleep. He thought those days would go on forever, until one day, his mother suddenly set down her pen, as though she had finally finished her work. "Come, my child," she said, rising from her chair. "Take a walk with me." She led Durin to a courtyard high up in the sky. Gazing out toward the horizon, she reached out her hand, as if tracing the edge of a page. "My dear, if you ever had the chance, would you want to leave this world and see what lies beyond?" "Could I really leave this world?" "You could," she replied with a gentle smile. "Your Aunt Alice is quite remarkable. She's already proven to me that her magic can make it possible." "Then what would happen to me after I leave?" "That I can't say," she said softly. "Those are things that shall happen after my ending. But you know, going to a faraway land is a curious phrase. Some stories use it as their ending, while others take it as the beginning. Durin, I want you to do something for me. When you have the chance, try leaving Simulanka. Go see what lies out there. There will be many, many hardships waiting for you, but don't be afraid. Alice's magic will guide you, and my blessing will go with you." Realizing how important her words were, Durin nodded solemnly, accepting the task she had entrusted to him. "In that case," she murmured, "I suppose I've now finished writing the most important passage of all." Then Durin watched as his mother turned her gaze toward the distant sunset. The emotions that flickered in her eyes were like the light reflected there, burning first with warmth and reluctant farewell, then softening into quiet tenderness, until at last they faded gently into the approaching night. Not long after, the gears of Simulanka's destiny began to turn. The origami animals of the Forest of Blessings and the toy figures of the Constellation Metropole each set out the stories woven for them by the three goddesses. Yet Durin's mother was gone. His days of happiness had come to an end for now. I apologize for my shaky voice. Hearing Anya talk to her son, it just made me choke up. Because she loves, obviously she loved writing. She loved Durin so much that she truly wanted him to be able to go out in the world and break free of the storybook. And not just that, but it's the fact that he exists as like a mini descender, because he has effectively his story, one, not only is it not finished, and Barbeloth expressed rightfully her concern because of how important a name is in Tamat. Having a specific name ties one, I'll put an asterisk here, to fate. And fate in Tavat is in fact foretold. I won't say foretold. I will say fate is designed by the heavenly principle. So for Durin to be able to go beyond that, to transcend, I think is very beautiful, as it is tragic. So I just have a lot. And I think what really gets me too is it's quite literally just the amount of love Anya has for her son so much that she continued to write as much as she could. And with the Hex and Circles magic, Alice's in particular, all of them blessing Durin and her son being able to have his own story. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna get over it. Love Durin so much. And even here, when we read about, like, this is a question that really made me think, what would a world with dragons look like? What would a world with dragons look like? And I feel like I want to continue a script just because of this question here. Now, obviously, this is in relation to Durin, but I also can't help but, of course, think of dragons TM as things exist in the past. But I think what makes me all the more emotional about Durin is the fact that it's a story, and I apologize in advance. I should have said, like, trigger warning to, parental death, but it's Durin continuing his story and breaking free of fate, and his mother's, her just immense love for him. And I know a part of his character that we, in fact, well, there was the dialogue between the traveler, Durin, and Paimon, I believe, where every child having that self-consciousness, insecurities, the imposter syndrome, depending on, one situation, where your parent wants the best for you. And of course, I am saying this from a very healthy perspective, where your parent wants the best for you and they want you to be able to move forward, and then for them to no longer be here is very difficult. I apologize because I need a moment, just a second, because I'm getting choked up. But it's the fact that his mother passing on and still having, because even though her voice, the echo he experienced within his story was not his mother, quote unquote, it was his mother. And I loved how much love she has for him, and she has so much hope for him. And she knew for, like, moving forward, she has everything. Sorry. She just loves her baby boy a lot. And for someone like Durin, or for many people who are in Durin's, I don't want to say Durin's situation, because obviously, we're not we're not gotcha characters, but you want to make your parent proud, and the tragedy of them not being there with you as you make your own story, as you journey through life, it's very difficult. It's incredibly emotional. But I'll always be so I will always love their dynamic, because she gave everything for him. And he wants to make her proud. Exactly, rode until her death, so Durin could have a chance at life. And I just think that that's beautiful. I think that Anya is a truly remarkable character. And his is a very deeply emotional quest. I apologize again for lack of a better word, I guess. I'm not going too deep into it because I'm getting choked up just talking, like wanting to talk more about, you know, a parent just wanting the best and Durin doing what he can to make her proud, even though she's already proud of him. But like, yeah, I'm gonna get really choked up, so sorry. We laugh through the pain. But yeah, both Anya and Venti, the poem. But for him to be able to come into his own, so beautiful. Also him calling her mom. Like, I'm sorry. I'm never gonna get over it. I love him so much. Character Story 5. Carried by the wind that Venti had gifted him, Durin caught up with Dvalin, soaring together into the skies above Windrise. And finally, the story the mage had been writing arrived at the chapter she had been waiting for. Standing by the long table where mages gathered for meetings, Alice watched Durin's figure recede into the distance. Her thoughts drifted back through the years to a tea party where all 7 of them had been present. Delighted by the occasion, she had been struck by a whim to start a storytelling game, only to stumble when choosing a theme. She turned to Anya, the writer among them, who offered a simple, potent answer. The undying fire. If I ever get the chance, I want to leave behind an undying fire through my stories. As an author, that is the greatest pursuit I can imagine. An undying fire? What exactly does that mean? I suspect each of us has our own answer to that question. Isn't that what makes it perfect for a storytelling relay? I am still searching for my own answer in any case. Anya didn't answer directly, as she often did in her own works. She left a hint of suspense, sparking Alice's curiosity. All right then, let's go with this theme. Each time we meet, the next person will take their turn and write their chapter. Anya, you take the final chapter. By the time the story reaches its conclusion, I expect you'll have your answer ready for me. And so began the relay. Alice volunteered to write the opening. The little witch set off on a journey to find the undying fire in order to complete the trials set by the old witch. What Alice didn't anticipate was that by the time the witches gathered again, Anya had passed away, lying in her coffin, asleep forever. She had misjudged how differently witches and humans experience the passage of time, and how profoundly that would affect Anya. She had been expecting to wait for the next chapter, but Anya had already grown old. By the time the story reached the 5th volume, Anya was gone. The tale Alice had begun started veering wildly into the 2nd and 3rd volumes, handled as they were by Barbeloth and Rhindaughter respectively, but it was partially rescued in the 4th volume under Ivanovna. Yet, in the 5th volume, penned by Nicole, it was hastily concluded in a single line. Alice felt frustrated, convinced she would never learn the answer Anya had intended. The story took a turn with Octavia. The Hexen Circle had never been marred by a loss since its founding until Anya's passing, a loss that now brought the frequently absent Octavia to the gathering. She brought with her the already written 6th volume, in which the little witch was given a second chance, reuniting the old witch. The undying fire might exist, after all, she said. In response to Octavia's reminder, Alice turned her attention to the final work Anya had left behind, the world they had created together, Simulanka. In this world, A dragon named Durin waited, restless and uncertain, for miracles that might come in the future. The possibilities Anya had woven into him, much like the unresolved threads she left in her other works, glowed like a softly burning flame, illuminating the world of the story and tugging at Alice's curiosity. Gazing at this flame, Alice recalled the promise she had once made to Anya. It seems the ending she was meant to write falls to my pen instead. And so the years passed, with Alice often turning her gaze to the dragon. She watched the child, once burdened with the name of a drake most fell, receive blessings from others, step out of the world of the story, make friends, forge connections with the world beyond the tale, and together with his companions, face and overcome fate. In the end, she saw him completely rewrite the story of Durin, the wicked dragon, and take flight alongside Dvalin. Drawing her thoughts back, Alice realized she had finally received Anya's answer. Anya, just as I wrote at the end of the storytelling relay, I've always thought you were the most capable among us. You always say you would leave little behind, but I see it now. The undying fire you left for us. Oh, Durin. Okay, so first, I love how this character story is just them writing the Little Witch and the Undying Fire. Having it recontextualized in such a way is so beautiful. It also breaks my heart. And I do love the sneak peek into Alice's vulnerability where, because even during Durin's story quest, how vulnerable she was at Anya's passing. And just seeing that side of her, because we're always used to her very whimsical, childish, very explosive personality. And I do like tender moments like these where, again, she's observing Durin. She's seeing exactly what Anya left, her legacy within Durin. Also, welcome, Falcon. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, readers. I hope I hope that stream was great for you guys. Hello, Dongoons. I read that so quickly. I thought that said Dragoons, and I'm like, oh no, I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 too much. But how was stream? Where were you guys just playing? I often see you streaming, so I'll be lurking sometimes, and sometimes I get shy, so I'm like, I'll observe TM. I was actually playing 14 the other day. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Floor tanks for the win. Oh my gosh. You're fine. Thank you for lurking. No, thank you. I also want to thank you so much for helping a lore person like myself learn how to build characters and pay attention to the meta, kind of, because I am just standing emoji all the time. Because currently I'm going through Durin's story, and I am very weak for dragons. And speaking of dragons, post Heavensward, Heavensward remains my favorite expansion. I love Heavensward so much. It's so good. It's my favorite. I know most people's is Shadowbringers, but I really like it. And I completely understand if people don't, but yeah, if you ever need advice, don't be afraid to ask. Yay! Yippee! I recently started to, because I've had mixed feelings about Zenless recently, and I think it wasn't until after Ye Shungong came that I was like, okay, I'll pay attention to the story a bit more now. And I love the Angels of Delusion. I was lucky and I was able to get Arya, and now I'm like, oh, Nangan Yu, she's so cute. I would love to have another angel, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, currently this is just a very comfy, decompressing lore reading kind of stream. I say decompressed to some degree because Durin's story is a very emotional one, and I think a very relatable one. I'm happy you enjoyed Heavensward. and that the final boss, awesome for you. Yeah, I do play 14 quite a bit. I'm currently progging T, which will take a little bit. I think we'll probably clear within like a month. And then, yeah, so it'll be balancing that and Genshin. So we'll see. But Durin is my son. I care about him very dearly. And if not for the laws of this land, parentheses, being irresponsible, mostly asterisk adult, I would want him to be C6'd, alas. I am happy that I was able to just get Durin at all. He means the world to me, and I really love how they are, just his relationship with his mother as well. Oh, but yes, by T, the Epic of Alexander, the ultimate raid, sorry. At some point, I thought about streaming 14, and I just know people will be like, Yuffie, what are you streaming right now? What is this? So yeah. But again, thank you so much for the raid, and I really hope that you have a comfy rest of your evening, if it's the evening for you. So, I always want to say thank you. Maybe one. All right, T is the ultimate specifically, some of my favorite weapons. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I've been putting it off for too long, and now I want to clear it. Ideally, I would like to clear it before my birthday. And I think it's completely possible because now I'm on phase 2. So we'll see. What class do you play? I play healer class because I'm a baby and I'm afraid of hitting the boss or tanking the boss. So I am an Omni healer, though I prefer Astrologian. It's my favorite class. Astrologian and Scholar are my favorite healers, or Pure and Barrier healer. So yeah, I like other weapons that are cute, but other than that, I like healing. So yeah, but yes, my birthday. Well, my birthday isn't for another 2 months, but yeah, I think actually no, a month, since we're at the end of yeah. What the you say, baby healer, but you choose the harder healers to play. For me, they're not hard. I just have to practice like my rotations and weaving properly and keeping up damage, but I'm just like I really love Scholar and I really love Astrologian. They're the comfiest classes for me. I also love Astrologian because I love tarot cards, and that idea of healing with tarot cards is great. It's definitely not one of the reasons why I love Mona in Genshin Impact, because she is attributed to the stars and constellations and fate. Oh. But yeah. Those are the ones I wish I could play. Yeah. Now I'm curious which Genshin players, what class they would main in 14. I think that'd be fun. But I think I'm going to continue now with Dragon's Heart. Also, I'm literally preparing myself for Durin's voice lines because I don't think I'm going to be able to process anything. Dragon's Heart. Durin's everyday outfit came from a most extraordinary experience. Though there was no direct proof, he had always believed it was a gift from his mother, Anya, bestowed with some kind of magical charm. After all, every element of the outfit was familiar to him, each one tracing its origin to her works. Clearly, his mother had cherished him deeply, dressing him as though he were a prince from a fairy tale. Still, there was one detail Durin didn't recognize: the heart-shaped gem at the collar. Considering how he had been reborn in the gem's locked design, he gradually realized its meaning. The gem held the heart of the evil dragon fused with him, and his body now served as the cage, keeping it sealed. But when Durin took up his mother's pen and began writing his own story, the lock on his heart vanished. Placing his hand over the gem, he felt not the pulse of some malevolent being, but his own heartbeat. In that moment, Durin finally understood the gem's true meaning. It was not the dragon's heart, it was his own. And now that heart was free. Ah, I'm just going to perish. I'm going to perish because I adore his character design. I really do. The gem held the heart of the evil dragon fused, but no, it's his heart. It's his heart. Guys, if I start crying, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Ooh, see, vision. Okay, this is something that's I'm very curious about. Excuse me for just a second, because I need to prepare myself. Durin's vision. When Durin traveled to Mondstadt to visit Albedo, he saw for the first time the massive dragon skeleton slumbering amidst the snowy mountains. The owner of these bones shared his name. Through Albedo's words, Durin learned the devastation his name had once brought to this land, and that history was on the verge of repeating itself. Isn't there any way to save the people here? There is, but Albedo explained a possibility. By using alchemy to fuse Durin with the heart of the evil dragon, he could seal its abyssal power completely. However, the plan was far from perfect. As an essential part of it, Durin would have to bear certain costs. Albedo explained that once the alchemical process was complete, Durin would take the place of the evil dragon and remain in this world. Yet, this world was far from the peaceful beauty of Simulanka, and the power he would have to seal was far more terrifying than the curse that had once turned everything into building blocks. Albedo knew this could not be a demand made unilaterally. He respected Durin's choice. Durin looked toward the distant dragon's bones, sensing the guiding force that had led him here. Yet, now, with his decision laid before him, that force fell silent. Even the goddesses who wrote fate seemed to have set down their pens. This choice was his alone. What if I want to stay? In that moment, memories of his past flooded back. His mother had told him to journey far away, leading him to Tevat. That guy had urged him to go farther still, and through that, he had seen the world in all its beauty and cruelty. Along the way, he had faced countless unexpected events, some joyous, some disappointing, none neatly arranged as in a story. Surprises came unbidden, and expectations sometimes fell short. Yet, it was precisely this uncertainty that captivated Durin, the one who had stepped out from the pages of a tale. It drove him to keep exploring this world, and it was this very uncertainty that granted him something no character bound by a story could possess, something born only when facing the unknown. A wish. I want to stay. I love this world. I want to fulfill my mother's request, to leave my story as Hat Guy said, and to help you save everyone, to suppress the evil dragon and become a true human. In the end, it was Durin who solemnly entrusted his desire to Albedo. Please, help me make this wish come true. And so, a great trial began. The light of the alchemical array blazed across Mondstadt's sky. When the dust settled, Durin found a shining vision at the center of his side of the array. His wish had been granted. Oh, Durin. Oh, Durin. Sorry, I just need a moment. It was so beautiful. I honestly think Durin's one of my favorite characters in Genshin Impact. And I know that's saying a lot because we have a lot of characters, but the idea that a vision appeared as he recognized this is what he wants to do, and the moment that everything was complete, it appeared. Sounds like he was born with his vision when he got his body. Yes. That's what it reads as. His vision was right next to him once he was complete. And most importantly, when he declared that he will fulfill his mother's request. Oh, he's so baby. Oh, I'm so proud of him. He's 3 years old and he's doing his best. Also, we all know he doesn't actually need a vision, but it's fine. He's so adorable. I don't think I'm ever gonna get. Every time I see Durin, you're gonna hear me say baby or he's adorable. I'm very sorry. But once again, Durin is such an interesting character to me because I love how he has quite literally like this is an entire discussion about fate. And again, he is technically, to me, this is mini descender status. Because Anya continued to write till her final moments so that he would be, because he's no longer in it reminds me a lot of how, where in spoilers for Amphorius, the characters are good, but then they're now at the state where they can become quote unquote. And for Journey, we had an individual who different elements of him were Dragonspine Durin from a book now have transcended alchemy with, you know, pieces from the Bakunawa, mysterious embryo that I can't remember exactly what it was. Only these different components to use to make Durin become a being that is compatible with Tavat. Like, I'm sorry. I just think that that's so cool. And again, I know this will sound so, this is so tinfoil hat theory, but I really feel like Nibelung and Durin, some way, somehow, they will be connected some way. I know I sound silly saying that, but hear me out. Need to hear his voice now, because as you can see, it's been years, and I say years, it's been months. I haven't listened to anything, so now I get to finally hear what he has to say.
Each day is a new page in my story. I want to savor every scene, every footnote, before I turn to the next one.
He's so... I promise I won't say this after every voice. I promise. Because it just now realized, it just now registered, that's the word I'm looking for, that this is one of his idle lines that I hear often. And I just think that it's a beautiful idle line.
Can I stop here and play? I mean, take a stroll. I won't go too far.
Okay, you can't blame me here. He's actually genuinely baby. Like, come on. Also, the fact that he, Klee, Alice, and Varka all go into solitary confinement from time to time. I just think that I feel like, you know, I feel like I want to laugh at that, but also the idea that Durin gets grounded in such a way. It's just so... Oh.
I still have so much to learn about human interactions. Like, where should I put my hands when I'm nervous? I just really want to make friends with everyone.
He's so awkward, but I love him. He's doing his best. He's doing his, and I think it's also really fun listening to characters who are learning how to interact with others. Especially Durin is, I say, practically a newborn. He's very baby. So as he navigates this is so cute. Like, where should I put my hands where I'm nervous? I personally, if I'm nervous, I can't tell if I try to distract myself by taking out my phone or putting my hands in my pockets or just behind my back. I could not tell you. I feel like when I'm nervous, I shut down. So I don't remember where my limbs do.
Oh dear, I am feeling the urge to jump in a puddle.
Please. Stop. That's so cute. I want to see Durin splashing in puddles. I need that. I need art of him just jumping in puddle.
Oh, it's best not to fly too high in this weather.
I would be so devastated. Durin flew and there were thunder, like there was a serious thunderstorm. He got struck by lightning. Like I would cry. I would scream. Oh no, oh dear. Yeah.
Oh dear, I am feeling the urge to jump in a puddle.
He can't contain himself.
Did it once slumber in a place like this?
Yeah. I still have so like, oh, dragon spine Durin. It just makes me so. Oh.
It's like a scene from a fairy tale. How pretty.
Oh. I want to spend more time with Durin. I think they should give me more time with him. I know he was in the Archon quest quite a lot, but I want more. I want more Durin.
Yeah. Oh dear, I'm getting thirsty. Good morning. Oh, please don't mind my head lolling. My neck's a bit stiff. Last night, a cat came and slept only a few meters away. Usually, I frighten small animals off. I didn't want to disturb it, so I tried not to move all night.
Oh my gosh, did Durin get caught in the... Oh no. There is a small... on me, or I must now remain completely still, even if I physically harm myself, because it must be protected. It's giving when cats or maybe even puppies are like on your lap and you're like, well, I guess I'll just die now because I can't move. I can't do anything from this point forward. Nivelette's desert line is probably one of the funniest. Yes, he's like, is this an assassination attempt? Yeah, this. That's completely fair, but also I say dehydrated, but like he's very conservatively dressed, so he'd be super hot. I wouldn't ever wish that on anyone. Even though, okay, technically if you're in the desert, you want to be protected, but like the initial heat, like, oh my god.
Good morning.
Oh.
If brunch is a thing, does that mean there's such a thing as dinner?
Help this poor child. Help him. I'm so scared if he's ever going to be near Sino because I can only imagine the jokes. But also his genuine question to brunch dinner. He's so precious. Oh my goodness.
I wonder if we'll see the stars tonight.
Oh my goodness, he sounds so, what's the word? Contemplative? Like it's just the yearning. Aww.
I wonder if we'll see the stars tonight.
But then I also have to think of back during his time in Sri Lanka, looking at the sky and the storybook. Oh. Please save him. Also, Traveler's a bad influence. I saw Traveler's stupid mushroom jokes. Yeah.
There's nothing more peaceful than curling up in your own tail for some good sleep.
He's a cat. Goodness.
You think I'm getting more mature? Well, I mean, I'm not a little kid anymore, so I have to start acting more grown up. Besides, the last thing I want is to stay stuck in the past.
Oh, that's such a naive, but also, I say naive and not in a negative. It's like, well, I'm not a kid anymore. Yes, you're always going to be a baby to me, Durin. I just want to make that very clear. You will never be an adult to me. You'll just be baby forever. But the last thing I want to stay is stuck in the past. It's so blunt how he says it, and it's just so matter of fact. But also just as, like, I don't want to stay stuck. So be stagnant, you know. He is a cat. He asked for a place to curl up. Yeah, he is. He is a cat.
I can feel this vast, almost frenzied power lurking deep inside me. Fortunately, Albedo's alchemy is flawless, and this abyssal power within my form is kept in check. It's as though everything is in equilibrium, preventing the possibility of overflow or corruption. As such, there's no need to fear that I might lose control or hurt anyone.
I do love that, but I also have doubts, even as he exhibited control and Adobe affection. I get it. As an autistic person, I feel like Jared is the closest to autistic representation. Genshin, I love him so much. Yes, I've been seeing that, and I'm really happy because Jiren to me does absolutely feel like he would be autistic, and he just really means a lot to me as a character. Love him so. Like, sorry, just got burst of randomly, but I'm just remembering his birthday art when he was curled up in a little ball and like a little chibi. He's so baby. But the way that I don't know, I just had canon autistic. I love him.
I know taking the name Durin for myself in this world invites criticism. Replacing Durin of Dragonspine means that I've stolen his right to resurrection. Admittedly, this is selfish, but at the time, I yearned to be human. I wished to be a real part of everyone's world, and to bring more good to it, too. I didn't want to reject that opportunity. I don't regret the choice I made. Maybe it's like Albedo says, all life can be selfish. Either way, I can't speak for the other Durin. I only wish to walk my own path, to do right, so that when the name Durin passes people's lips, it's accompanied by beautiful memories.
Oh, this hit me really hard. I'm so sorry. Just a moment. I think this is a very interesting topic for conversation. A sense of, yes, what he did was selfish, but all life in multiple aspects can be and will continue to be selfish. That's what makes us. I think of the amount of time seen selfish, where it can be positively various, and how that affects those around you, and obviously most importantly yourself. But in Durin's case, I feel the subject matter of being selfish is, I think that there are just many layers that I can't immediately articulate at the. Sorry, I'm cutting out because I'm like leaning away. Basically, I'm just, as a TLDR, I was more or less saying the expression in term of selfishness, especially in regards to life. I agree with Albedo, is that all life can be selfish. And this may sound strange to say, but I think that there are positive and negative depictions of said selfishness that I think can be explored. So you have a person like Durin who wanted to experience what it was like to be human and what it was like, what it could be beyond the world that he knew, while also wanting to make his own story, to adhere to his mother's request, and to go further. And I think that he's justified in being selfish in that case. However, there is also the glaring, not even elephant in the room. He stole Dragonspine Durin's right of resurrection. But as we have, and as it's been repeated multiple times, should Dragonspine Durin's heart remained and eventually Dragonspine Durin were to revive, it would have been catastrophic. So you have these different layers of where, like the sense of selfishness that comes with one's identity and wanting to create their own fate. And I do genuinely love how he says, I can't speak for the other Durin, but I wanted to live. And even though, again, like there are layers there. Knowing what we know now about the Abyss, his existence really means that there are other options who will never come to pass. But I understand him feeling selfish for. No, and I agree. Because the fact that the Abyss is the hatred of fates that never came to pass. I'm recalling correctly from the most recent limited time event. Or I should say like the flagship event, quote unquote. He was presented such a unique and rare opportunity in which his mother allowed him and presented him the ability, in addition to the Hexen Circle and Alice's magic as well, to transcend in such a way. And I think that selfishness, or him wanting to become human, I think it's valid because everyone has their own levels of selfishness. I'm not here to, champion all and every form of selfishness. But Durin's unique case is one that it's very human, but also it's again, the selfish nature of humanity. I look at how Durin's selfishness was wanting to claim his own fate. And even though he clearly didn't want to remove Dragonspine Durin's existence, he does want to create his own journey and make it, as he stated, that people are no longer in fear of that name. That the memories associated with said name are more joyous than they will ever be negative. And then I think conversely, I say conversely, that's not the word. I think on the farthest other end of the spectrum, where you have someone like Rerir, who was incredibly selfish, him and Tholandis both. And what happened as a result of their selfishness. Like, I just think that's, and like what ended up for them. So because now I want to explore the selfishness of multiple Genshin characters. I think it's really, really fun to pick apart. So this is really, really, it warms my heart. He wants to make Durin the name Durin, not one of fear, not one of worry, but a comforting name, a sweet name, and a loving name.
Dragons clash horns as a way to express their friendship, but I'm scared I might use too much force. I don't want to hurt you. Are you sure you're not worried? Huh, alright. Well, in the interest of safety, how about I stand still and you bump your head on my horns?
Oh my gosh. Stop. Oh my gosh. Okay, first, I love how we random facts about dragons. We learned from Nouvellette how, if I recall correctly, and I need to go through his voice lines to see exactly which one it was, where dragons would drink the blood of their fallen comrades. And now they also clash horns in terms of friendship, but also I'm going to assume this is the traveler indwelling a Saurian as he says this, because otherwise I'm like, is the traveler a dragon now? Is that more lore I need to get behind and that I'm actually behind on? But he sounded so excited. It's like, oh, dragons clash horns as a way to express friendship. Oh, we drink blood. Actually, hold on. Which one is specifically? You're going to hear Ray Chase. I don't remember. Was it Interesting Thing? No, it was Bishop's, I think. Yeah.
The Bishop's ancestry can be traced directly back to the Fontamer Sea, which is why they are so adept at evolution. I am reminded of an old custom that the dragons once observed. We would take a sip of our perished young brethren's blood. Whenever the tides are disrupted by the motion of the moon and stars, the water within the bodies of us hydro-organisms surges up towards our heads, reminding us that our deceased kin will soon be revived.
It's like, oh, that's interesting. Thank you for telling me that about Bishops. And Jiren's just like, yep, this is French. Like, this is so cute.
Dragons clash horns as a way to express their friendship, but I'm scared I might use too much force. I don't want to hurt you. Are you sure you're not worried? Huh, alright. Well, in the interest of safety, how about I stand still and you bump your head on my horns?
It's the dichotomy. We love that for dragons.
May you find friendship and goodwill no matter where you go. This is the blessing that you, as a traveler who had traversed many worlds, gave to me. I've never forgotten. Ever since that day, my story began to change. Thank you. I can feel how much I've transformed. Undoubtedly, I now have the strength to protect those I cherish. So, I want to repay your blessing with a promise. No matter when, no matter where, so long as you need me, I'll lend you my help. So I'll definitely come as soon as I find out you're in danger. All right, I'm done. That should just about cover everything.
He's so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hoyoverse. They were like, we need to make a Yuffie core character. Here's a baby dragon who's doing their best. But also the Simi Lanka reference of, may you find friendship and goodwill no matter where you go. But yeah, he's literally channeling Shao of, if you ever need my help, you know, I'm around. So if we just call out Xiao's name and Durin's name, they'll disappear. I can't believe we have a guardian Yaksha and a whole dragon that are just ready and waiting. I'm 100% certain we will get other dragons in human forms like Neuvillette. Oh, I absolutely believe so. Like, we'll get dragons or probably get some variant or fragment or something of a shade, I think. If you ever need me, call my name, Adeptus Xiao. Yep. Is Dvalin the only Anima Bishop we have met? I will need to be corrected on this, but I feel like yes. I can't really think of another glaringly like Animo Bishop, like Animo Dwagon. Also, I did mention earlier because I was getting choked up. For the longest time, I wanted to see Dvalin and Durin fly together as Dragonspine Durin originally wished in the past. It genuinely warms my heart. And the cutscene of them, like, them flying together. This Dragonspine Durin's wish. And sorry, I love this game. It's just, I think so too. The other bishops we have are only Hydro and Electro. No. You all are about to see how much of a fraud I am. I did not play Natlan as extensively as I should have. Let us look at the Saurians. Where be the babies? Oh my gosh. Because if we look at the Saurians... Oh, I'm gonna cry. There is still baby. Okay, so we have Geo. I know they're not. Okay, if I think, okay, let me actually think of. So Geo Bishop. Also, I have not this thing, I think, in forever. But we have these. We have Geo. We have Hydro, Cryo, Electro. Oh god. This, sorry. I'm thinking. I really think Dvalin is the only Animo Dwagon. Yeah. And then, where are my babies? Even though the okay, these are my favorites. The Ichthyosaurus. They're so baby. They're my favorites. But little one, my baby. Also, every time I see a Kukusaur baby, I just think of the flagship event we had with Aoife, and I just want to cry. So let me not get too sidetracked. Where? Okay, I think we were on because we just finished this. Yes, I think Dvalin is the only Animo dragon we have currently.
One of the effects of the Abyss is that it can increase the power of living things. My current form serves as ample proof of this phenomenon. Though I can't fully control its power, my unique constitution seems to give me the potential to use the Abyss in service of good. Controlling it is hard and requires immense concentration. Otherwise, any missteps I take could hurt those I hold dear. To avoid this, I must continue to learn and practice. I believe this vision serves as recognition of my efforts.
I'm so proud of Durin. He's doing his very best. And we're all clapping in encouragement. Because again, even though the vessel that Albedo created for him, he still has to balance the abyssal energy that's within him. That's just innately a part of his constitution, so... We literally have a mini descender who can control the abyss. Like the abyssal... I say control the abyss, but the abyssal aspects within him. And I think that that's not only very powerful, but very, very cool. All the same.
Dvalin flies so fast. Is it because his wings are bigger than mine? Sometimes I think if I still had my dragon form, the toy block one from Simulanka, I mean, I could give him a run for his money.
Now he wants to be faster than Dvalin. So precious. Oh, I love Durin. I wonder if Melusine see Durin even more handsome than we see him. Oh my gosh, Vega, I didn't even consider that. Oh my... Well, Durin... That's... That definitely is something to consider. Because Melusines canonically see the world different from mortals. I wonder if they actually see him as handsome. I wonder if... Or maybe he not handsome to him or to them. We'll see. Because again, this is like an Albedo family tree situation where we need to see where everyone where everyone lies. Because everyone's connected to Albedo. And now I'm very curious if the Melusines are like, oh my gosh, yeah. Durin is very handsome young man. But yes, I definitely think they should have more Durin and Dvalin interactions. Like, I would love if you're randomly in Windrise or something, or maybe in Storm Terror's lair or something, somewhere in Mondstadt, where you see Dvalin just like lying out in the field or something, and it's an anecdote with the two of them. Like, that would be so cute.
My first friend was an origami flying squirrel. At first, it was the only thing that wanted to play with me. It had 2 pointy ears and a big paper tail, and it looked a little like the squirrels in Tevat. I used to pick flowers for it from high places. I miss that squirrel a lot. Hey, you want to pick pine cones for the squirrels together? Of course, I'd love to.
Durin's gonna break my heart. Like, not in like a bad... Okay, not break my heart, but like he's gonna make my heart explode. He's so adorable. But yes, I really would like an anecdote between Dvalin and Durin. I think it'd be really, really cute. And throw Venti in there too. Why not?
Ever since taking up my mother's pen, I've diligently committed each day's stories to paper. Klee taught me how to fish, which ended with us locked in solitary confinement. Albedo had me help him boil water, which almost ended in the kettle turning to ash. A little boy outside the city gate showed me how to feed the pigeons, and one of them decided to perch on my horns. I'll continue to fill the pages of my book, and maybe, when I'm turning the pages one day, I'll hear a familiar voice quietly narrating, "This is a wonderful story indeed."
Oh, the idea of the familiar voice being his mother. That'd be so... Or even the traveler. Like, I think that'd be really, really cool. Yes, the Timmy mention. I love that he's becoming more and more comfortable in Mondstadt. But yeah, also, how do you make that kettle turn to ash? But you know what? Maybe it's because he accidentally used too much of his fire. And somehow it became ash, who knows? But he's taking it one step at a time. And I'm very proud of him for it.
Aunt Alice asked me to spend more time with Klee. She said she'd reward me by giving me anything I wanted. But only children want rewards, and I'm clearly all grown up. I like playing with Klee because I'm happy when we spend time together. It's as simple as that. When I told Aunt Alice that, though, she was overjoyed and said she'd pick out a giant toy just for me.
I love how he is so much. He's like, actually, I'm an adult. And it's like, sweetie, you're a whole child. You are a whole child. You can try to pretend that you're an adult, but you're not. You will always be a baby. So yes, you're going to get a toy. The squirrel from Simulanka, the one the mom got mad at when she realized her daughter was friends with Durin. Yeah. Stay away from that very scary monster. Like, no. Simulanka. I really, like, even though I haven't posted about it on Twitter, but in most of the feedback surveys, I still strongly believe they should put Simulanka in the game as a permanent event. I mean, even back then, I think it should have just been a permanent event. So, like, Durin Simulanka as amazing event. To me, it was. It's just when you go back and you specifically review Durin stories, it's so heartbreaking because once again, it is just like how in Savant, obviously on a, I don't want to say lesser scale, but it's the idea that you have this dragon, as Venti's poem so lovingly described from the perspective of Durin, or Dragonspine Durin, was, I want to interact with these things, I want to socialize with these things, with these people, I want to be able to explore, but I cause destruction. And I don't know how I can not cause that. And even though, like, I think of now, Simulanka Durin, or excuse me, Mini Durin, where even like when you really go back and just absorb the amount of fear and vitriol both Durins faced, it's heartbreaking. So where, even despite that, he still has so much love for that world. And I think that just says so much about his character, despite everything. But yes, I agree that many, many events should be permanent. I don't know if they remove them just because of like a load issue or like gigabyte, like they don't want it, the game to be huge. It's already huge at this point. And I say this, I think Shadows Amid Snowstorms would be an awesome, Simulanka could be a limited time event. I think the most recent one we had with Alice, Nicole, etc. Like, my thing is the Homeward, I think it was Homeward, the Outlander who caught the wind. That event should be permanent. And I think the Bubble World feature, the mini game that they had for that, should be used as an as a UI to experience old quests. I think that could be like, they could have done something there with that. They should have the stories as downloadable and removable stories. No, yeah, I agree. I think there are too many events that should just be permanent, especially for people who played late or didn't have the chance to do it. So, yeah, I feel like maybe they could have just made the Bubble World a UI where you can just revisit. Like, you just select through old events and you can just bring them up. And if you want to download them, you can, and then remove them when you're finished or something. Like, I think that'd be cool, but, you know.
Albedo has shared so many of his experiences with me regarding becoming truly human. He's explained many of the problems that humans face. Things like work, ideals, life. Some of these things were too difficult for me to understand. Some are too difficult for me even to imagine. Albedo says I can slowly learn about these problems as I experience them, before making my own choices. Family is the only thing that a human can't choose. I know my family is complicated and highly unusual, but with Albedo as my brother, I'm filled with a sense of peace and belonging. In that sense, my family is no different from most.
He's so precious. I really appreciate this perspective about family. Because you can't choose your family. Found family is very important. And when you continue through life, I feel like there does come a point where, you know, for instance, like your friends become your family, or, you know, you'll just have interesting, like relationships with people who just mean so much to you. And I really, really love how while Albedo is also guiding his brother, he is very much so too, like has a hands-off approach in a very similar way to Venti, where you will need to find your place in the world and go from there. With Albedo as my brother, I'm filled with a sense of peace and belonging. And I love that too, because whether family or friends, you know, sometimes all it takes is having that, having that support system to really help you.
Albedo is the perfect human. He knows so much and is always able to handle everything he faces. He's sincere and friendly to those around him, but sometimes I feel like there's another side to him, one no one would expect. Like how he takes decisive measures to achieve his aims. I don't know where this uncanny intuition comes from. Perhaps it's a sort of resonance between beings who share a species.
I really appreciate that through Durin's voice lines, we are learning more about human, like a human, humanity, etc. Because Albedo was quite literally created by Granddaughter as part of the Primordial Human Project and is the perfect human. He's a genius, perfect in many ways, but I also think for some too, when you're so perfect, you know, a being like that, it feels like you're almost not human, because humanity innately comes with flaws. But here, I think it's like, I really like how Durin clearly cares dearly for his brother and acknowledges that Albedo is an incredibly powerful, important, perfect person to him. But even with that, he himself had to go through his own journey of discovering what it means to be human. Because everyone's, I suppose, everyone comes into their own humanity differently, I suppose, is the way that I would want to think about that. And it's still like, oh, how is he so intelligent, you know? But as an Albedo stan, I loved hearing you say he's a perfect person. I mean, he quite literally is. He's a perfect prince. He can do it all, you know. But also, I think the levels to Albedo, like that perfection, makes for so much underneath. Like, I can't go on a Albedo character analysis just because I would actually need to review everything with him again. But even though he is and is also regarded as, you know, the perfect genius who can do it all, there are so many layers to his character that, of course, the Traveler was able to uncover throughout years in this game of just learning more about him. Because when you're regarded in such a status, there comes a point where people don't see you as human anymore. And if you're already cold and distant, it's kind of difficult to approach a character like that. But Albedo has become so much more open, and he himself has had to find his own as well. Because Albedo used to be so incredibly closed, and it was amazing to see him blossom in the way that he has, how much more social he is. And I appreciate his development. And I think when Durin even says like, well, I don't know how he's so intuitive and all that. Maybe it's because of how special he is, but I think humanity in Tavat has, and even generally, obviously, has so many different layers to it that you can pick apart. But again, I think it ultimately comes down to so many characters who are not human are the most human. Even though I know Albedo is a curious case because he quite literally is perfection incarnate. So I think Traveler helped Albedo to come out of his shell more. Albedo felt drawn to Traveler because they are similar. Right, Albedo was like, you're not of this world, are you? And Traveler's like, wait, what? How do you know that? Who is this? But in all seriousness, it was there's someone in this world who was like me, so I don't feel alone. Yeah. Got me thinking about like Albedo and Traveler. Oh, they're so cute. Anyway.
Shortly after leaving Simulanka, I followed Hat Guy to Sumeru. The academia was so big and so beautiful, and there were so many books. It's only now that I'm learning to read and write that I suddenly understand how stressful it must be studying there. Not that there weren't times when people had time off and came to Hat Guy to play cards, chat, or even share delicious food. Like the one with the large ears, or the one with the hat that had even larger ears, or the one who looked like a small wolfhound. I've asked Hat Guy if they're his friends. He always complains about how noisy they are, but he's never denied their friendship.
This is so cute. But actually, before I go and talking about Wander's escapades in Sumeru, yes, this is something that I enjoyed having a conversation with a little bit ago. We still have no information as to what that sediment was at all. I'm trying to remember exactly what the concoction the Traveler drank that Albedo had for them, but I just remember the camera pan as we look into that vial, and it's like, are we gonna address this? Hoyoverse, I know it takes you some time, but can we please address the mysterious purple sediment that was left that Albedo still has and we have not gone back to? I low-key thought it was the abyss, so I thought it was maybe like some abyssal shavings or something like that, but it also looked cosmic. Like maybe it has something to do, like if it was like it was either like abyssal or cosmic in nature. Maybe calm the elephant beam with address me, yeah. Yep. The calm device, that sounds interesting. Not that there weren't times when people had time off and came to Hat Guy to play cards, chat, like the one with the large ear, or the one with the hat who had even larger ears, and the one who looked like a small wolfhound. Also, Hat Guy can always be like, yeah, I don't associate with humans. Harumph. No. You have friends, even if you begrudgingly wish to admit it. Because, like, let's not forget that Wander is still going on his own journey, too. Like, his arc has not resolved. Like, it hasn't finished. He's still going, because I know a lot of people have this misconception that he's on his redemption arc now, which is, I have to strongly disagree with. I don't think it's redemption. I think it's more he's continuing the journey after removing himself from Erminsul. And it's more of him needing to address what he has done. So, and I think it's very interesting that he is also serving as a guide of sorts to Durin. Whereas you have Albedo, who's also, you know, a guide for Durin as well. But yeah, I'm not sure if it was like a cosmic kind of residue, if it was an abyssal residue, or what it was. I think it's like one of those. Maybe it's a combination of both, but it's something interesting to think about.
We share some similarities, he and I. He always seems to know what I'm thinking, and then guides me as someone who's already seen it all. Whenever I tell people, don't get too close, I really want them to resolutely refuse. That's what Hat Guy does. So even when he says he wants to be alone, even if he deliberately tries to discourage me, I always stick by his side.
Aww. That's so sweet. Whenever I tell people, don't get too close, I really want them to resolutely refuse. That's what Hat Guy does. Oh, my heart. But no, I agree. I agree, Misfit. They absolutely are. They're coupled together a lot. And again, like, not even in a romantic sense. It's just, yeah. I'm really, really excited to see how their dynamic continues.
When I was in Sumeru, I took the time to visit Fairy Nilu. Sorry, force of habit. I should call her Miss Nilu in this world. I watched her dancing at the Grand Bazaar, and she was as beautiful as a fairy.
It's so cute. I love how he's going to address everyone by their Simulanka counterparts. That's so adorable. Looking how compatible twins are with different stuff, I wonder if it's been there even before any purification Tavat. Oh, interesting. Also, Nilu as beautiful as a fairy, correct.
If I get the chance, I'd like to thank the King of Constellation Metropole. I mean to say, Miss Navia. I wonder if she'll be shocked to see what I look like now. You don't think she'll mind? Huh, that's great news!
Oh, I miss Navia. But yes, I love the King of Constellation Metropole. I genuinely love how he's going to call everyone by their Simulanka names. That's so precious.
If all the kitties in the cat's tail were like Kirara, I don't think they'd get so nervous when they see me.
Oh, poor Durin. The cats are afraid of him. Poor baby.
The young bard gently plucked his strings, a voice as clear as a mountain stream. It was no battle hymn nor prayer, but the murmuring of stars, the wind blowing through the trees. The dragon's eyelids faintly twitched, flames gently crackling in its throat. One night when I couldn't sleep, I took a stroll in the wilds. I met Lord Barbatos doing likewise. He sang this song for me and I liked it so much, I made sure to learn it.
Oh, Venti. Always watching over those in Mondstadt. That's so beautiful. It was no battle hymn nor prayer. The murmuring of stars, the wind blowing through the trees, dragon's eyelids faintly twitched, flames gently crackling in its throat. So cute. Ah! Oh, Durin.
After Miss Lisa sets homework for me, she makes me sit at my desk to complete it. At one time, when I was exhausted, I stood my book up on my desk so it blocked her view and tried to nap in secret. And when I woke up, she was standing there, smiling. It scared me stiff, but before I could finish apologizing, she praised me for learning the most valuable lesson. I think she was talking about my willingness to acknowledge my mistakes. Oh, so you don't think that's what she meant?
That's hilarious Because when you consider the fact that Lisa is also a quote unquote lazy librarian who likes to sleep and just drink tea and stuff like that, she is a very, it's very much so not. But she is like, we all have our quirks and things like that. But the idea of Durin lazily just, he's finished with his homework and he falls asleep. I think Lisa just finds it more endearing, but I also can understand how horrifying if you fell asleep in one of her classes and she just is glaring at you. But no, she's like, you deserve to rest. You deserve to have a nap. It's okay. That's really cute. He interprets like, oh, I've acknowledged my mistakes. And she's like, no, I'm happy that you were taking a nap. Good job.
Albedo once told me he treats Klee like a little sister. Klee likes to call me Big Brother Durin, too. I guess I am technically her big brother, though I haven't been human for very long. If we're talking about human age, is she really my little sister?
See, food for thought. See, this is where the discussions become chaotic because it's like, all right, where do we fall? Where are we going here? Because it's Big Brother Durin and he's 3 days old. Meanwhile, Klee is a long-lived race. So in my mind, Klee is like 7, 7, 8, and like, you know, but like he's younger than Klee, but she is treated as his sister. So it's like, this is very silly. When you have a game with characters that are hundreds or thousands or, you know, immortal, so they just don't even know how old they are anymore, it's just thousands of years. It's the vibes at that point.
I can't help but wonder. Back in Simulanka, I felt like she was different from the others. Is she the same as me? Did she come out of a book too?
My goodness, this is such a loaded question. Okay, so Durin. The Fischl that you know is LARPing as Princess Fischl, who is a variant of a character from Legend of the Shattered Halberd, and I'm just gonna call it Legend of the Shattered Descender. So, like that stupid lamp man. Oh, I am maybe 600 or 700. Yeah, he's like maybe 600 or 700 years old by human standards. I don't know. Like, okay. Or Durin doesn't understand the concept of acting. He's doing his best. She's just so good at performing. Yes. Durin Fischl is being Princess Fischl, which is a variant of the character who was the Celestial Emperor's daughter in Legend of the Shattered Descender. I mean Halberd. And Smile. The same person who, and who knows, maybe the Celestial Emperor's daughter was actually Koitar. Fischl is LARPing as a variant of Koitar. But anyway, let me not go on a tangent about that. Or even stupider, Heavenstar. No, it's fine. Zhongli is yes. If you have a question about Zhongli, yes is probably the answer. He is and this is something I've even said for years too. Zhongli is a character who is at least 6,000 years old. He's just at least 6,000. So, and I firmly believe he's far older than that. So,
in fairy tales, anyone who can mix potions that befuddle the heart and mind and command the obedience of cats is almost certainly a powerful witch.
The concept of Diona being a witch. I can't believe she's about to be a member of the Hexen Circle. I laugh and I joke because you can be a witch, but not a part of the Hexen Circle. But this is hilarious how he regards Diona as a witch.
Grandmaster Varka is different from most of Mondstadt's knights. He's powerful, but not imposing. He leaves people feeling calm and safe. He's the sort of knight who can crack a joke while fighting off the wild hunt, although most of his jokes go way over my horns. You want to know about ones I did understand? Well, I didn't hear them clearly either. Probably because he often slurs his words after drinking.
Keep Varka away from my baby. I do not need Varka's nonsense around this baby boy. Leave Durin alone. Varka, Dahlia, and Kaya need to calm down with the alcohol around the baby. But again, I do appreciate how, like, I just appreciate how loving Varka is to so much of Mondstadt and obviously all of his children. After Lantern Rite, I'm convinced Zhongli is indeed the Geo Dragon Sovereign, or at least part of it. So I'm under the assumption that Ishtaha was the Geo Dragon Sovereign, unless, you know, they give us new information. I feel like when I think of Zhongli, my head hurts because I feel like I've had 10 different theories as to who he could be connected to, what he could be. He's fragmented of X, Y, and Z, if he was actually this, that, and the third. So I will not deny that, because I think the idea of Zhongli being the Geo Dragon Sovereign would be, I mean, it's like very in your face. But I personally have just always felt that it's Ishtaha because the descriptions with him just really paint towards him being the Geo Dragon Sovereign. Zhongli, I feel, is a separate, okay, if he isn't the original Geo Dragon Sovereign or something like that, I think that he comes from an even higher, like a higher divinity. So, and by a higher divinity, because I understand when you have most powerful beings, like, you know, they belong to sovereigns, shades, the moon sisters, etc., etc. I basically mean that I view him as very powerful. Like, he's clearly not just the former Geo Archon, kind of. So we'll see, because we'll see. When you read Zibai's stories, if you haven't already, I have not. Zibai is one of the characters that I aim to read after Durin. So he's very powerful in spending the parlor's funds. Zhongli is very powerful in having all of those NDAs, not telling me what I would like to know. And he's also very powerful because he's just Zhongli. When he comes back in the plot, I'm going to be very annoying, even more so than I am now. So
Before I came here, I spent most of my time living inside my mother's stories. I never hugged her or felt the warmth of her embrace, but her gentle voice guided me through so many moments, both happy and sad. If you ever want to hear her stories, I'd be more than glad to read them to you.
oh, I'm gonna start crying. Okay, I love how, obviously, how much he misses his mother. He is still carrying on her legacy and is always so excited to showcase her work and just talk about stories she has and wants to share them with others. I truly love, I love how pure Durin is. He's so cute. He's such a baby, and he's doing his best. Like, let me hug Durin. Let me like an entire patch. I should just be the traveler hugging Durin. That is fine for me. That can be my content.
I've heard it's polite to look people in the eye when talking to them. But I've also heard it's rude to stare. I thought to try blinking often while talking, or to keep one eye closed at a time, but everyone kept telling me to see Miss Barbara and have my eyes checked. It seems rules for socializing in this world really are some of the hardest to follow.
No, he's so correct on that, because Yes, you want to make eye contact, but I'm the type of person I cannot make direct eye contact with anyone. I get too uncomfortable and I get very nervous. If I'm speaking to someone, I cannot look at them directly. It makes me, like, I'll position myself in a way that I'm angling myself in a different way. Like, I can't look directly at people in their eyes. It stresses me out. But this could also just be because I am so much of a baby. So I get very, very anxious making direct eye contact with people, especially for an extended period of time. But I think it's funny of, oh, you have to look at them to be polite, but also if you stare at them, it's not polite. So, also welcome, Starmerk. Welcome.
For a while, I could hear this strange voice inside my heart that made me question whether I was truly me. There's dragon blood flowing through my veins. Will humans fear me because of it? One time, I dreamed that all the toy figures in Constellation Metropole were throwing stones at me. When I woke up, I was surrounded by a shower of confetti. My friends in Mondstadt had decided to throw me a surprise birthday party. That was when I realized the strange voice in my heart wasn't draconic influence, but my own insecurity and self-doubt. I'll never forget it. The light from the candles on my cake illuminating my smiling friends. That was the moment I emerged from the fog of uncertainty.
I don't think I've expressed enough how much I adore Durin. Thank you so much, Starmerk, for the tier 1 resubscription. I really appreciate it. Yes, Durin is baby boy. Truly, truly. Oh, Durin is so human. I love how human he is. I don't think I'll ever get over it. I truly don't, because this is so beautiful. It's just the very real self-doubt, insecurities, self-consciousness. And having that support system, and it'll be okay, Durin.
Before we left for Nodcry, Master Jean and Albedo warned me that we were embarking on a journey of great danger. That whatever we ended up facing may be far more serious than I could imagine. They respected my choice. They just wanted me to consider things fully before joining them. But when I heard you were in danger, I requested that they let me join them immediately. Only after seeing the wild hunt up close did I understand what danger really is. The scene was far more terrifying than my mental images of the ground giving way underfoot, the titanium mines collapsing in on themselves. No, I don't regret my decision, but I was scared. I was worried I would be unable to help. It left me on edge. I'm sure you noticed. Luckily, everything turned out well, and now I feel comfortable accepting everyone's praise.
So, one thing I want to mention that I really appreciate about Durin is multiple times in his voice lines. This might be the second time or maybe third, where he says he doesn't regret his decision. He doesn't regret his decision to be selfish. He doesn't regret his decision to help in Nodcry. And I think that that's very powerful and very reassuring for a character like him who is still coming into himself. And I really hope we see more of Durin in the future. And this just, it makes my heart very happy. He's ready and willing to embark on so many adventures and to add more pages in a story. And I really, really love that.
I feel like humans are pieced together from bits of other people. Not in an alchemical sense, more like how I remember things that my friends have said, or how I like the restaurants we eat at together, or how you inspired me to travel the world. The reason I am who I am today is that I've absorbed all these influences from other people. And now, I want to become a piece of other people's hearts, too.
I am so sorry. This voice line caught me off guard. I'm a bit emotional. Again, he has such a... Like, I say naive and not in the sense in a derogatory way, but the way that he approaches becoming a part of people's lives and how he really is, he wants to create great memories with the name Durin. I really love his perspective here on how he thinks humans are. They're pieces of others. So many fragments from different people, family members, however have you, that make you who you are and the memories that you share. I think that's so beautiful. And he wants to become a piece of other people's hearts too. Like, I really appreciate his perspective here. That's so, I think this is honestly one of my favorite voice lines in the entire game. This is very, very, this really resonates with me.
Right now, everything in Mondstadt is new to me, and I want to explore it all. Wine? No, I can't drink wine. At least not yet.
Jiren's not allowed to drink wine. I'm so tired of, like, Mondstadtian always want. Don't stop it. He is 3. Please stop. I don't want him drunk. Let him go on his little adventures, and should he wish to partake when he is older, he can have alcohol. But he is baby.
The animals in Tevat aren't made of folded paper, and I don't have sharp claws anymore. I thought maybe I'd be able to pet them now, but whenever I try, they just run away, scared.
You'll get there one day, Jiren. At least, okay, it's not as bad as, say, Flint's. When Flint goes near animals, they're just like, no, this man is death incarnate. We need to run away. But maybe they can bond over that to a degree. But in all seriousness, Jiren, your time will come and it will be adorable. Because, I mean, the pigeons perched on his horns. So in that case, there are some animals that are, they'll be fine. And most are, you know, some are much more, what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, I'm trying to think of a word and I don't know why. I guess I'll just say golden retriever energy. Like some animals are much more approachable and they're absolutely fine and will let you get near them, but most will not. So it'll be a process. But yeah, he's 3, Aoife's 5, but now he turned 6. He turned 6 a few days ago.
I love eating meat. Big chunks of it. But at the moment, it takes me a long time to finish. Using a knife and fork is a little complicated for me. I can never remember which one does the cutting.
The way that he said meat is so funny.
I love eating meat. Big chunks of it. But at the moment, it takes me a long time to finish. Using a knife and fork is a little complicated for me. I can never remember which one does the cutting.
Meat. It's like the way that he's enthusiastic about meat makes me think of the Adeptus with mint in Zibai's. I should just say Zibai's story class. Just mint. It just gives that. It really just gives that.
I love eating meat.
Oh, Jiren, you're so silly.
Excuse me, could I have a smaller portion of vegetables on mine? Or perhaps no vegetables at all?
Oh my gosh, he's such a baby. Like, he is such a little child. A little child? He's such a child in the sense of, I don't like vegetables because they taste icky. No, you're gonna eat your vegetables. It's important that you grow up big and strong. That's very cute. They need to bring this back too, like receiving, like I love the receiving gift events.
What type of cutlery should I use for this? Can I just use my hands?
No. You have white gloves, Durin. Absolutely not. Yeah, he's a dwagon. He's not a dragon yet. Neuvillette is a dragon. Durin, you are a dwagon.
Thank you. Societal expectations demand reciprocity, so let me treat you to a drink.
Oh my goodness. You don't have to be that formal. Sweetie, you do not have to be that formal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My taste buds appear to be faulty. Let me try again. Oh, dear, there really is a problem with them.
Oh my goodness. I can't help but laugh at the dwagon. Well, yeah, Durin is a dwagon. And Neuvillette is a dragon with a capital D. And then Dvalin is also a dragon. But with, I don't want to say lowercase d though. There's levels to dragon in my mind.
It feels like your birthdays come around so fast. I'm sorry. I keep thinking of new details to add, so I still haven't finished. This is an origami boat I've been making for you. The paper animals on board are our friends, and this person standing at the bow, who I haven't had time to color in yet, is you. In my mind, you helm the ship, radiating golden light. Do you want to help me paint you gold? Oh, I almost forgot. This boat is called the Traveler. May you continue to sail forward alongside your friends. Happy birthday!
Oh, I love him so much. This is so sweet. This is genuinely so sweet. Aww. He's so precious. That's so sweet. The ship called the Traveler. At the helm of the ship painted in gold. Aww. Adorable. I also didn't even hear his ascension lines.
A legend told of an evil dragon who hoarded glittering gems behind the high windows of a castle. A wandering hero ascended the ramparts, only to find the dragon, its scales covered in stardust, pushing the fragments of fallen stars with its snout, as though helping lost star spirits back on their paths.
Okay, all of his ascension lines are a story. I like that. This is really clever. Hold on.
The hero threw down his sword and spoke with open palms. I come from beyond the stars. Please permit me to help. From that day forth, the high windows shone through the night as the dragon led the hero to patrol the cosmic shore. Starlight was their cloak, and friendship the compass that led their way.
What if I cry? I love that. An evil dragon who hoarded glittering gems behind the high windows of a castle. Wandering hero ascended the ramparts only to find the dragon, its scales covered in stardust, pushing the fragments of fallen stars with its snout, so helping lost star spirits back on their path. This is so clever. I like this. The hero threw down his sword and spoke with open palms. I come from beyond the stars. Please permit me to help. From that day forth, the high windows shone through the night as the dragon led the hero to patrol the cosmic shore. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is very clever, and I love things being told in the format of a story. Well, this was a legend. I'm just very deep in thought. The helm of the ship radiating golden light is not sus imagery at all. No, at all. It's not. It's fine. See, if we hear the term, like, if you hear gold, nothing is suspicious about it. Guys, I love him. I love her, and he's so baby. He's so baby. And his constellation, he's a miniature. Aww. Automa's Redemption, Ground Visions, Flame Mirror's Revelation, Eminare's Source, Scouring Flame Sundering, and Dual Birth. Man. Oh wait, that reminds me. I forgot to read his character skills. Love and rage exist within each other in near eternal accord, dwelling inside all living things. The hearts of the creatures they manifest answer the call of the entire world, birthing two cores. Light and darkness. Every man is the master of his own soul. In this life, he can choose to become rage or radiance. Well, Cyril told me that you can be both, and in this essay, I will link this to Phylon of IDs. CI? I'm just kidding. Durin's model is one of my favorites, very pretty. Oh yeah, his model is gorgeous. They've really improved. The little baby. Durin's 3 days old, and I'm so proud of him. They grow up so fast. But also, can I just say, I love how both he and Albedo have more or less matching quote-unquote idols, in the sense of you'll have Albedo who creates a flower and lets it carry on the wind, whereas with Durin, with his flower, it does unfortunately burn as, you know, he examines it. But while he is a bit, you know, conflicted, I appreciate that he doesn't, like, another, I don't, it makes me think of Xiao's, but one of Xiao's, but not in the sense of inherent despair. More so acknowledging that there's still much of his story left, and he still has to be careful with his powers. He has to balance who he is currently. And even though seeing any flower in, you know, burn to a crisp like that is so incredibly, it's concerning and worrying, but it's not all that there is to his character. And it will be okay. It will be okay, I believe. But also I do like the, you know, yeah. And I said a flower, but it was, I say a silver twig, but I don't want to conflate it with the silver twig we do have. That's a very important item in our quest, in our, in the Traveler's Bag. But yeah. Oh, this is so cool. Sorry, I really like matching idols like that. And I say matching loosely, but... Okay. His weapon. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. I'll never forget that I have another... I got double his weapon. I'm gonna refine. This is fine. I need to take this to... I need on Sunday what to do there. I get to 90. But anyway. Reading this is going to give me a headache, I know. So, well, yeah, like I really appreciate when they have similar and or matching idols where you have Alhaitham and Kaveh, Albedo and Durin. I'm trying to think. You can have, or similar ones like Linny and Lynette, you know, kind of thing. Like those I really appreciate. Okay. Also, I am quickly noticing how with new weapons, they love to do this little gradient, the waves here. So it's really pretty. I'm really happy I was able to successfully obtain his signature. But now I feel as though the weapon description is going to be an entire thing within itself. And a part of me is worried if I should just dedicate streams to weapons. But no, I want to have I promised a little reading stream. So at the very least, I want to do 2 characters because I want to do all 4 of them. But I think in all seriousness, I'll probably be able to get through Durin and then Zibai just because I think it took me or will take me over 2.5 hours to get through one character. Unless we all just want an 8-hour stream of me reading Genshin lore. But I'm going to prepare to read, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be pronounced a theme artist or Athame artist. I know I'm butchering that, but I will actually be right back. Give me just a moment or a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry if you heard me unmute my microphone. I tried to not have that be audible, but I digress. Also, welcome, Kent. Gold and silver really are important metals in the context of Genshin. They're both important metals. They're also just important symbolically in regards to Paimon and the Traveler specifically, but also historical beings as well. But we finished with Durin's readings, specifically his character stories, and going through his character voice lines. Now I'm going to read the signature weapon that is assigned to him. But we'll see where this goes. Day King Splendor Solace. A precious sword gifted by the Day King to the brave hero in the Little Witch's story, only for the witch to take it and defeat the hero herself. By the time the Little Witch arrived at the Day King's palace, twilight had already taken hold. Had she come any later, the kingdom would have already passed beyond the Day King's rule. Before the night curtain descended, the Day King received her in what remained of his fleeting hours. O witch who has traversed the vast cosmos, kindler of time's eternal flame, what brings you to this lonely planet? I did not come of my own accord. It was the planet's cry that found me through the void. Answering its call, I crossed the gate of stars forgotten by time. In a universe nearing its quiet end, every world that yet glimmers is a treasure beyond compare. Who would have thought that in a region long considered dark and inhospitable, a living world would still endure? But this was not the whole story. In truth, the little witch had caught wind of whispers from this dark expanse, whispers that had flown to her on the eve of the night carnival. Under ordinary circumstances, she would likely have dismissed such strange signals as just another error from the scryglass. But as the message reached her, she was fretting over the next day's festivities, desperately trying to find a way to avoid her nemesis, who would also be there. So she seized the opportunity to hide away in her workshop, spending considerable effort deciphering this distant missive. So this peculiar message means that some unknown planet has been feeling unwell. No matter what, the righteous kingdom of Day would never do anything to harm the planet, the Day King said solemnly. Perhaps you should ask the wicked Night King. This very morning I sent my army to vanquish him. Alas. But before he could finish, the last rays of the setting sun vanished into night, and the king's apparition melted away like cream. With the curtain of darkness descending, the court itself vanished too. The ground boiled like a raging sea, and black smoke rose from the earth. The entire planet became a vast black ocean. Fortunately, the little witch had remembered her broom, otherwise she may well have plunged into the water. Riding her broom beneath the blood-red moon, she traveled far before finally spying a lonely castle glowing with firelight. Vanquish the Night King, that's the easy part. What we have to do is far more important. The castle seemed to have been built by the Day King's army. For unknown reasons, it had escaped dissolution by the Sea of Mist. The leading warrior, carrying a sword on his back, was not at all surprised with the little witch's arrival. Instead, he met her with an invitation. Even if we defeat the Night King, it changes nothing. As soon as the sun sets anew, the dark tides will swallow the land once more. To break this endless cycle, we built this castle. From here, we can search for a solution. At his invitation, the little witch descended to the deepest level of the castle where, beyond its fragile boundaries, stretched a sea of pure darkness. Sustaining this boundary was a massive mechanism that spat out an endless stream of smoke. Countless pipes were continuously drawing thick seawater into its core. This is the perpetual motion machine, or you may call it the Holy Grail. By burning the seawater, it generates light and heat. Since all tangible things on this planet are merely shadows cast by light, so long as we can create a fire that never grows out. But doing this will only make the planet burn out even faster. Little Witch sighed. Once the sea's been drained, this place will be finished. There's nothing holy about this so-called grail. Now I know why the planet's been feeling unwell. Before the warrior could react, the little witch drew the sword from his back and hurled it into the perpetual motion machine. The warrior reached out to retrieve it, but the moment the blade touched the black sea mist, both he and the fading light vanished into nothingness. The entire planet was once again swallowed by darkness. When daylight finally returned, it was as if everything from the previous night had been nothing more than a deep and distant dream. I suppose that's a temporary fix, at least, the little witch murmured, glancing back one last time before leaving the planet on her broom. In the morning light, the warrior, his shadow trailing long behind him, took up the sword bestowed by the Day King and set out on his journey once more. The cycle may go on for a long, long time, until the day you too become nothing but an empty shell. But no matter what, you must keep going. At least, you must live until we meet again. All right, Genshin lore. All right, I'm taking out my notebook because we all love our allegories. We all love ancient history. Let's break this down. I'm getting my notebook. Give me just a moment. All right. So, where do I want to be? Okay. So, my mind is in different places because I think these are multiple characters in regards to what we're being presented as. So, for instance, I think the little witch, quote unquote, in this tale can easily be referred to as either Alice or granddaughter, I think. Or to some degree, some may even want to say Nicole, just due to, not Nicole, Octavia, due to her traversing the cosmos. But I think that that's, you can put an asterisk on that because I firmly believe that we've reached a point where multiple characters can traverse the cosmos. And while we do not have explicit confirmation that they can, I think it can be easily inferred that they could. So in this case, also, I'm sorry if I'm cutting out. I'm not trying to. I am speaking very quickly and I'm not holding my microphone correctly. So when the little witch by the time the little witch arrived at the Day King's palace. So first and foremost, the Day King, and before I get into, I don't want to pull the cart before the horse. I think it would be easier to try and speculate who we could align certain characters to be and where one could relay certain information. So, for instance, when I see Little Witch, I, of course, can't help but think of Hex and Zergle, namely Alice and Rhine specifically due to Alice, specifically having, like, being the sustainer of the world's borders, having traveled to different worlds. Her husband is a seeker, so she's very familiar with traversing the cosmos. Now, this also could easily be another character that we have not known yet, who is another witch who can do this, but for simplicity's sake, I'm going to assume that this is going to be either Alice or Rhine. And again, this is just loose, late night lore theory crafting, excuse me. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It is, but feel free to, my apologies. Feel free to add your own speculations and theories. And I lean towards them largely due to their statuses as witches, powerful beings, things of that nature. Rhine strikes me here too, just because the idea of her traversing worlds just to see what happens there. As someone who can pull souls through the abyss, who can create things from the abyss, I find the idea of her being a little witch who is traversing the cosmos something that's very plausible. When they say the perpetual motion machine or the holy grail that generates light and heat, and like obviously we, the holy grail reference, but I I'm getting ahead of myself. I just want to do characters. Let me just do characters right now. let me stop. So potential witches. Alice, granddaughter, possibly Octavia, but I don't know if it's that. I think this is something far deeper, because what this reads to me as like one of the witches confronting like shade heavenly principle stuff. But let me not get way too ahead of myself here. When I hear Day King, when I hear Night King, I also think of the Night Mother and the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies, but I don't know if there is a relation to that, because, you know, we also have had the Lord of the Night, so it's different. The term night can mean multiple things, or be in relation to different things. Because even if it isn't gold, that's completely fine. But it absolutely, Alice is like, in my mind, 90%. Like, this is the Little Witch that they're referring to here. Like, I firmly believe more and more this is Alice. Kindler of Time is eternal flame. You know, her pyro. What brings you to this lonely planet? Because again, we don't know where Alice comes from. We don't know. Like, we assume she's... This is just so interesting to me, because I really feel like okay, in a hypothetical, Alice is traversing the cosmos, and in a similar way to how Sudervoinen heard, like, her consciousness, she had any form of, what's the proper term? She basically woke from her millennia or 10 millennia long, like, as her consciousness traversed the cosmos, when she was, what's the exact phrase? She more or less awoke to Nibelung and the birth of Tavat, which drew her attention. So, and then she, you know, discovered a lonely planet, and the fact that Sudervoinen, like the galaxy, or however, I'm going to say galaxy. I know there's a proper term in the Hoyoverse, Honkiverse. People will easily correct me on this, but I'm just going to use galaxy for my brain, where at least in Genshin's area of its the galaxy or what have you, it is the last planet, or presumably one of the last planets, that is hospitable, and multiple other ones have been destroyed through some means. Looks at Skirk's planet and unrelated ones. So for a bit like this to have been quote unquote crying out is another thing that catches my eye, because we have a witch who's traversing the cosmos, who caught wind of whispers from the cosmos on the eve of the night carnival. We obviously know this is a placeholder for something else, because this is an entire allegory. Like riding her broom beneath a blood red moon. Like, okay. When it comes to Night King, Day King, I hesitate, because if I were to say the Day King, one I think would like, oh, it's the Day King is heavenly principles, and then the Night King would be Nibelung. But I don't. This is just very loose speculation. I don't have anything concrete that I feel firmly about. Had she come any later, the kingdom would have already passed beyond the Day King's rule. It says right here, the Day King receives her in what remained of his fleeting hours. Like, this reads to me as a heavenly principle as being incredibly weak here. But again, this is just very loose speculation. And we do know, obviously, yes, Barbeloth uses scry glasses, but she would have likely dismissed such strange signals as just another error from the scry glass. So yeah, this is like another reading that she would have, and as the sustainer of the world's borders, and by her I mean Alice, traversing different worlds doesn't seem so far-fetched because again, you know, her husband is a seeker. He traverses different worlds as well. She has experienced so many different things, and again, we can infer that she has been throughout the cosmos. Now, I won't say to the degree, like, she may not be, you know, like, I'm not saying she's out here like Sertology. I mean, she could be, but no matter what, the righteous kingdom of day would never do anything to harm the planet. Perhaps you should ask the wicked Night King. Honestly, this is a very good, this allegory. I need to like chew on this. Actually, hold on. No, no, no. Let me think. I feel like I'm gonna be quiet for about like 5 minutes because I think okay, this is, I'm thinking about Conria more now. And now, hold on. In a way that I'll tie this to Dainsliff. Where is it? Okay, what if... Okay. Before the warrior could react, the little witch drew the sword from his back and hurled it into the perpetual motion machine. Wait, hold on. Before I say anything, let me not. No, hold on. Okay. I may sound very... Okay. Previously... Ooh, okay, my mind is going different directions. Previously, I speculated that this would be... is probably Alice due to her being the sustainer of heavenly principles, but... the sustainer of heavenly principles. The sustainer of the world's borders. But now, I'm wondering if this witch is actually Rhine daughter. I wonder if this is an allegory for Conria. Hold on. And I wonder if the warrior is meant to be representative of Dainsliff before he was betrayed. I know I'm just rambling and speaking nonsense into the ether as I'm reading this aloud. I'm reading this in my head and not speaking out loud, so I do apologize. I feel like my brain is going quicker than my mouth ever will. So I want to collect myself first. Ooh, okay. I'm really okay. I think I wonder if the little witch is actually now Rhine more than Alice. Oh, see, this okay. Hmm. Okay. I think I think this is an allegory and at least part of it. Okay. I wonder if this weapon description is an allegory for events that transpired in Conria, specifically the little witch being Rhine. Because again, a precious sword gifted by the Day King to the brave hero in the Little Witch's story, only for the witch to take it and defeat the hero herself. I wonder if Day King, I don't know if the Day King and the Night King are the same person. Maybe they could be representative of Ermin. Maybe he was gifted a specific, like the sword. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm still just speculating. But the witch used it to defeat the hero herself, so I have to wonder if gold quite literally betrayed him and like stabbing him in the back. Hold on. Cycle may go on for a long, long time until the day you two become nothing but an empty shell. I just think of the curse. But no matter what, you must keep going. At least you must live until we meet again. But then, oh wait, I literally was just speculating about this. The warrior, his shadow trailing along behind him, took up the sword bestowed by the Day King and set out to his journey once more. Like, I feel Day King and Night King are I think it's Ermin. And this was when, like, before and after he was either corrupted or in between. Like, it's abyssal influence, definitely. Could be Ermin, both Day and Night King. They did say he changed a lot after meeting the Abyss sibling. That's what I'm thinking. I think this is just an allegory for the events leading to the five sinners dividing the abyssal power that transcended them. As I have to wonder if this quite literally used to be the way that I'm so awake now, because I really, this screams Dainsliff to me. This screams Dainsliff and Rhine. If this is a Conran allegory, oh, I haven't even gone to Zibai yet, and now my mind's thinking about Conran. Oh dear. The Day King received, yeah, so gold appearing before, presumably gold appearing before Ermin, before the kingdom completely fell. Oh, I'm so curious about this now. Okay. I'm gonna have to think on this more. Especially when you give me Crimson Moon. Okay, this is Conria. This is Conria. Vanquish the Night King. That's the easy part. What we have to do is far more important. Killing Ermin? Yeah, we can kill Ermin. Okay, yeah. This puts much more in perspective when I'm like, wait, is this just Conria? Vanquish Ermin. That's the easy part. What we have to do is far more important. The castle seemed to have been built by Ermin's army. For unknown reasons, it had escaped dissolution by the Sea of Mist. The leading warrior, Dainsleif, carrying a sword on his back, was not at all surprised by the little witch's arrival, by Rhindaughter's arrival or Sinner's arrival. Instead, he met her with an invitation. Even if we were to defeat Ermin, it changes nothing. As soon as the sun sets anew, the dark tides will swallow the land once more of the abyss. To break this endless cycle, we build this castle. From here, we can search for a solution. At his invitation, the little witch descended to the deepest levels of the castle where, beyond its fragile boundaries, stretched a sea of pure darkness. Sustaining the boundary was a massive mechanism that spat out an endless stream of smoke. This is the perpetual motion machine, or you may call it the Holy Grail. I wonder if this is Ermin's soul? I wonder if this is Ermin's soul. The reason I say this is because when by burning the seawater, it generates light and heat. Since all tangible things on this planet are shadows cast by light, so long as we can create a fire that never goes out, this makes me think of, like, let's say that the perpetual motion machine is Ermin's soul. Did you burn Ermin's soul? Okay, yeah, I'm just thinking, I'm just speculating. Let me not get too ahead of myself, but this screams to me like Rhindaughter and Dainsleif. I don't know though. I'm probably just super tinfoil hat, and I'm completely wrong, but I'll be fine because I'm going to entertain this. This is the perpetual motion machine, or you may call it the Holy Grail. By burning the seawater, it generates light and heat. Since all tangible things on this planet are merely shadows cast by light, so long as we create a fire that never goes out. But doing this will only make the planet burn out even faster. Once the sea's been drained, this place will be finished. There's nothing holy about the so-called Grail. Now I know why the planet's been feeling unwell. Before the warrior could react, the little witch drew the sword from his back and hurled it into the perpetual motion machine. The warrior reached out to retrieve it, but the moment the blade touched the black sea mist, both he and the fading light vanished into nothingness. The entire planet was swallowed in darkness. When daylight finally returned, it was as if everything from the previous night had been nothing more than a dream. I suppose it's a temporary fix. Okay, so I wonder if this is... My thought process is, if this is Gold and if this is Rhindaughter and Dainsleif, they see, like, Ermin is just whatever. Dainsleif wants to stop Ermin because he's out of control by this point. He needs to go. Rhindaughter wants to see what happens, and she's going to transcend regardless. Ermin is just a tool. So this, I think, by this point, the Abyss has truly... This has extended... The Abyss is embedded in Conria. Now, all tangible things on this planet are merely shadows cast by the light. If we create a fire that never goes out, doing this will only make the planet burn out faster. So I think here, she mentions cycles. It'll go on continuously. So I think at some point they had to have they either erased something from Ermin's soul, or they fragmented something, some memory, some information, which made it reset. And something happened where everything became nothingness and it felt like a deep dream. There are those who dream of dreaming. And now I'm wondering what exactly they erased from it. But now I have to, okay, I would assume this was before the betrayal. And she transcended, presumably. Or if this happened afterward, I would need to know, like after the sinners went their way, the Dainsleif was betrayed. I have to wonder the timeline of this because I really think that this is between Ryandaughtr and Dainsleif now. And I think that's just because of my Conria bias, but that's what I think the Day King and the Night King is Ermin. I think the Little Witch is actually Ryandaughtr. I thought it was Alice before, but I'm really leaning this into being. Because of course, I do think it, I imagine, you know, my speculation falls apart because it's like, well, why? We'll see. We'll see. This is giving Ryandaughtr, Dainsleif, Soul Conria. That's what I think, at least. All tangible things on this planet are merely shadows cast by light. So long as we create a fire that never goes out, an undying fire smile, we'll see. I wonder, with Dark Doctors burning Ermin's soul too? Yeah. They erase something, they burn something. Well, she embedded a power, like this sword, into, let's assume, like if it's Ermin's. She embedded this sword. So, and then the planet was swallowed by darkness, but it reset. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll think more about it. Blessed that I have Durin happen. Also, hello, Illo. Welcome. It is very early in the morning. It has been 3.5 hours, and 2.5 of those hours are me screaming about Durin. I haven't even started Zibai yet. But I think I'm just gonna be thinking about his weapon. We went from comfy dragon times to Conria time. All right, I do think I want to start with Zibai. But I will say the pivot from thinking about Conria now, about to read Zibai stuff, is going to really make me different. Oh. It's only fitting. It's only fitting. Also, don't make fun of me. I have not explored a new veil like that at all. It's so fun trying to piece together events. Yeah, it is. I'm thinking. I'm just thinking. I feel like it's appropriate for me to be in Shenyu Vale as I read Zibai's lore. Also, I think it's very, very cool
Divine light, shield them!
that her passive, she just generates elemental energy. I believe, is it at night specifically? No, it's just in the party. She's just in the party, I think. But yeah, see, now this week has been very rough, but Genshin lore really makes me comfy and feel good. So yeah, I'm excited. I almost went down there with this team. I would be able to defeat it, but okay, I'm gonna start with Zibai. And yeah, I think being here would be the most appropriate. Ooh, sorry. Connor, the idea of that's being like, if that's Dainsleif's sword. One of them, oh, Interesting. Yeah. Let's start. Oh, Zibai is a May baby. I love that. Thank you, Queen. We have yet another May baby. She is ranked at level 6, so now I can read everything. And Zibai has quickly become a character I really enjoy. So, with that, let us begin with her character stories. Character details. The legends of Liyue make mention of a mysterious white horse adeptus. Traces of her story are scattered throughout books and folk tales. Yet, across these diverse sources, accounts of her appearance are never quite the same. Some say she became a steed as white as snow and, in the days of the Archon War, aided Rex Lapis in attaining supremacy over the mortal realm. Others whisper that her eyes, like amber touched with gold, hold the power to gaze through the desolate wastelands of time itself. Still others claim she has always lived on the moon, listening to the wishes of mortals and keeping watch over the world of flickering lights below. Yet, amidst all these different accounts, none could truly capture her visage, nor paint a likeness of her form. Whether amidst gentle tea-time chatter or in debates pouring out over ink-filled scrolls, each view was a glimpse through a keyhole, hatching knots but fragments, never the full picture. In any case, she was as a shard of blessed light, a wild goose upon the snow, whose footprints vanish within the morning. Still, her yesteryears linger in the mortal dust, and her tale awaits the day it is unearthed by those who should seek it. Oh, I look forward to reading more about Zibai, because her quest, Chef's Kiss, was really good. I really enjoyed that. Happy that it's permanent. Character Story 1. You realize that the legends told the White Horse Adeptus across Liyue were born from her demise. She was an envoy from the heavens who descended millennia ago to guide the journey of mortals. She watched over the ancient kingdom of Longan, a realm of sand crystals and gemstones. It was she who taught the people of the kingdom to till and to weave, and, as a result, they prospered with bountiful harvests, their granaries close to bursting. And so, the people of that ancient kingdom came to worship her as the god of soil and grain. Under her wise counsel, Longan prospered, a resplendent pearl in a unified civilization. Alas, nothing lasts forever, and an unforeseen catastrophe descended from beyond the world. A devastating war erupted above the skies. The shock waves of that catastrophe, laden with dark malice, crashed over Longan. What followed was the resolute will of the heavens to purge the darkness. Sacred will coalesced as though divine punishment to assail the ancient kingdom and scour its tainted land from the world. To secure a glimmer of hope for the people she watched over, Zibai defied the will of the heavens. Thus, with a grievous strike, her spirit was sundered into three, never to heed the desires of the mortal world again. Yet, whether stirred by pity or to punish an act of betrayal, a shadow watching from the heavens above extended a hand to Zibai. From that moment on, Zibai's three severed spirits have been frozen in that fleeting instant, a fraction of a second before their dissipation, and her essence wanders eternally in a dream where both life and death are beyond reach. A very heavy beginning. So, we do know that Zibai was the god of Longan, and she aided the mortal realm until, unfortunately, as many fate for ancient civilizations in Tevat, Longan was set to be destroyed due to the divine nail that would cleanse the abyssal filth that reached there. Also, I just want to say that for... I still get chills thinking of Zibai's quote where she says, as a god, like, as a god, I will then die among them. But again, this is an ancient kingdom that long existed before the War of Funerary Flame, and they worship the moons. But the destruction of said moons resulted in the shattered fragments, and these cursed fragments became, well, they had to be cleansed. She's the reason the chasm has dark mud because she halted the nail. Yep. Mm-hmm. And we know that that shadow is Istaroth, her mother, who, you know, presumably through pity or for some other reason, saved her and split her into 3 separate selves. Obviously, through the 3 moons. But yes, being the reason that the chasm has dark. Her being the reason, like, the long gone's descendants being saved to this day due to her actions. She'll always be one of the most standout characters to me, especially historically, because of just sacrificing herself in such a way, because she refused for her people to be punished as a result, even knowing the consequences. Character story 2. In a time long past, when Zibai descended upon the mortal world as an envoy of the moons, she befriended a being most unusual. Though he bore the semblance of a mortal man, one with a striking visage, he could ride the clouds and mist, move mountains and fill seas, shatter rocks, and grind jade to dust. Yet despite possessing powers that could rival the divine, he was not of the angelic race, much to Zibai's amazement. One day they agreed to meet high in the mountains to duel in the Adeptus arts. Yet when the hour arrived, her opponent was nowhere to be seen. There was naught but a distant rumble on the horizon. Zibai followed the sound and discovered 3 identical figures aloft in the clouds, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Amidst the clashing of their blades, she could hear faintly a battle cry, "The Lord of Geo, Heaven's Star." Before long, the fighting ended, and the 3 figures merged into one, alighting before her. It was none other than her astonishing friend. This matter piqued Zibai's curiosity, and her friend did not withhold his secrets, imparting them most generously. And so she came to learn the ancient art of the trifactor excision, or how to excise the 3 deadly selves. These so-called deadly selves are the impure thoughts and wicked desires that pollute the practitioner's mind. To cast them aside is to glimpse the unmarred self, pure and clean. But Zibai, as an envoy of heaven and the 3 moons, harbored no such wayward thoughts. No matter how hard she tried, she could not sever her 3 deadly selves. Her friend was unperturbed, simply remarking that the will of heaven shifts and does not stay, while white clouds drift and turn to hounds of gray. And with that, he turned and left. At that time, she did not yet know how. On the long journey of guiding humanity that lay ahead of her, human emotions would surreptitiously take root in her heart. Nor how, in a future more distant still, when her own eyes beheld the divine punishment that would descend upon her nation she cherished. Resentment, fear, and sadness would gnaw at her soul like maggots feeding on rotting scraps of flesh. In that moment, she would surely sever her 3 deadly selves, an act through which she would abandon her former self, lie hidden among the mortals, and keep kindled a final chance for vengeance against the heavens. But as her friend had said, the will of heaven shifts and does not stay. while white clouds drift and turn to hounds of gray. It was at that moment that the shadow, which had been watching her, would cast upon her a cage wrought of pity and damnation. Very juicy. Also, all right, so Zhongli. All right. Hold on. I'm tying my hair up because like I'm getting serious about this. First and foremost, sorry, I'm really resisting the urge to like not laugh maniacally. So let's break this down. And I'm so happy I'm doing this on stream because I was like, I'm not gonna read any of Zibai's lore until later. He bore the resemblance of a mortal man. He has the signature amber eyes. Despite possessing powers that could rival the divine, but he was not angelic. Mind you, he also has taught the Adeptus how to make subspace realms, which is why we have the Serenity Pot at all anyway. He taught the Adeptus to make subspace realms. He has taught Zibai how to perform the deadly cells. And it's the fact that he was so incredibly powerful that he rivals the angels. Or powers specifically. Like, she's surprised that he wasn't one. To me, again, he's not just an Archon. This is what I wanted to talk about. When you said if Zhongli was a fragment of a bigger being, he can split himself. Issaroth split Zibai too, Venti being possibly part of Issaroth. I think this power came from Phanes. They also split themselves. In theory, that Paimon could be a fragment sounds very solid. Well, and that's the thing. Hoyoverse loves to toy with variants and fragments of divine beings in various ways. Zhongli being a fragment of an incredibly powerful being is nothing that I could not see, like, if that makes sense. Because of how mysterious he is, how powerful he is, even if he does not claim the Archon status anymore, we have clearly read over the course of history how powerful this man is or was, wishes to essentially handicap himself now, where you have a being who is able to split himself into multiple fragments, and very powerful beings like that. This is nothing. This is something that we've revisited in every single nation, some way, somehow, through some means. We have Zhongli splitting himself. We have how Furina Fossilor split themselves. I hesitate to say like Rukkhadevata and Nahida, because Nahida is more so the embodiment of Rukkhadevata and the current Samsara, but you get my point. Where fragments of divine beings being able to further fragment themselves is something that is very tangible, like very possible. And we've seen it. So Istaroth, like you mentioned, splitting Zibai. Istaroth splitting off a fragment of her power to Venti. Fossilor, Furina divide. I think it's just more, it's a recurring pattern. So Zhongli being Heaven Star, Lord of Geo, being able to do all of this. I'm actually very happy they're addressing this again. I say addressing, but they're bringing it up again, because I always want to remind everyone, Zhongli was the quote-unquote Lord of Geo before he was even the Geo Archon. And he, Prime Adeptus, he was so immeasurably, incredibly powerful. He was defeating gods left and right. That to me is very noteworthy, because it's always sets with him too. Also, yes, Vega, I was just about to say that. He brought 3 perfumes. And numerology is incredibly important in Genshin. So for me, I think it's very, very impressive that I say impressive. I think it's just, I don't want to say impressive. I think it's very funny that with Zibai, we have once again pointed towards, hey, guys, remember Zhongli? You need to keep looking at Zhongli because he's clearly more than what he lets on. At every angle. He can pretend to be a Disney princess right now and he's just retiring and having fun. But no, this man, he's not just an Archon. Now, I do subscribe to the idea that he, like, let's assume, because I've seen a very, very old theory where people speculate that Zhongli was a fragment of the Heavenly Principle. Let's entertain that for a moment. Assuming Zhongli, or however Heavenly Principles fragmented themselves, like divine beings fragmenting themselves again is something seen and will continue to do. And I also think Zhongli has a unique case because when you really look into the many references, when you look at the original CN text, when you evaluate his relationships with very specific people, and I'll use Zibai as an example. She is an angel. She was a former envoy of the moons, and she was tasked with guiding mortals. When you have the connections that Zhongli does, you look all the more suspicious because, again, he's at least 6,000 years old. We knew and we know he was very powerful in the past as Morax. Now he goes by Zhongli. But who's to say he hasn't fragmented himself in multiple different ways? Or the original being, like say if it was the Heavenly Principles or someone else or a shade or whomever Zhongli may truly be, is just something I always want to think about, entertain, and think is fun. Because like you mentioned, Zhongli is a character, and yes, I will glaze him forever because I'm biased towards him. I love him. Like husband, I love him dearly. Like him and Dainsleif, chef's kiss for me. But and people can make fun of me if they would like to, and I will always subscribe to this theory for 5 going on 6 years. We know that Zhongli is more than what he lets on, but the idea of him being a fragment of, say, the Heavenly Principles is not unfounded to me, and I also don't think that it would be silly for anyone like to immediately dismiss that. Like Zhongli is like a culmination of so many things. Like because again, yes, you can't ignore his draconic imagery as well. You can't remove the draconic imagery from him. But also it's like, okay, earlier it was mentioned, I think that Zhongli is I think it was Misfit, who maybe it was Misfit, I don't want to like put things in anyone's mouth, but correct me if I'm wrong, I will just say someone stated the possibility of Zhongli being the former Geo Archon. So again, that's something, a former like a Geo sovereign. So the idea of the Geo sovereign fragmenting themselves and is now Zhongli and part of it is Asia, it's like that's something that's so funny, Kent. That's so funny, Kent. You messaged that as soon as I said that. Do you think Asia and Zhongli are both fragments of the original Geo Sovereign? I think it's very possible they could be. Because we already know that Zhongli is more than just an Archon. So in the Prime Adeptus. Because I think it's very, very glaringly obvious where I think it would be very silly to not attribute Asia as a Geo Sovereign. And if people have that theory and somehow it proves like, oh, he actually isn't, he's just a super really old dragon from like the beginning of time and he's not, I think it would be really silly for people to make fun of, you know, those in the lore community for suspecting that, because it's just so aligned. And again, when you look into Aishtaha, like the lyrics for his theme, his connection to Morax, the little trivia you have just about him, I think it makes sense for Aishtaha, like for that connection to be made. But it's also, again, when you look at everything Zhongli has done over the years, like this man is like, when people say he's suspicious, it's not just for memes. Like, look at what he's done over the years. Yeah, like remember, he was the reason Ajdaha was able to see. He granted him sight. Who was out here doing that? And again, it's like, oh, Zhongli, Prime Adeptus, who has all different arts and stuff like that. So you're telling me this Prime Adeptus is able to create sub-realms. And again, we've encountered gods who have their own little worlds and domains and things like that. But specifically, when you look at worlds, like the subspace realms, like in the Serenity Pot, there are levels to it for me. Like, I think to a degree, okay, a god having little space for themselves, sure. But like, it just, it's something about Zhongli being able to do that and split himself in 3 different ways, being called Heaven's Star, knowing that Zibai was an angel, all of this. Like, it's just, because again, remind you, powers that could rival the divine. And divine are also, like, the phrase divine, or I shouldn't say phrase, the term divine is really suspicious because oftentimes I feel like it's only used with like the shades, the heavenly principles, or like really high level gods. So that could be me. It could just be me. I'm sorry, Zhongli Adeptus form literally looks like long, even the, like, no, I'm not gonna look at this man right now because we're focusing on Zibai at the moment. But we have Zhongli, like one of the biggest yearners ever, who also, on that note, Vega, Zhongli's Adeptus form literally looks like long, even the branch looking horns. I jokingly always call Zhongli like King of Yearning. And you know who else is a King of Yearning in Star Rail, who's also a dragon? Dragons when they yearn longly. But that's, I will say, just across any media, not just explicit to Genshin, I really, really love gods or just any form of being that are just able to change into whatever form they want, because so true. Stop, you're so right. But no, like, Hoyoverse loves their dragons who yearn. And Zhongli, like, I'm this isn't even like a shippy thing. I'm trying to put that out there. If you do ship Zibai and Zhongli, that's completely fine. You're accepted here. We're fine. We love ships here. But I'm removing the possibility of that here. I'm saying in regards to yearning, do you guys remember in the cutscene how much relief this man had being able to rescue Zibai from the moon prison she was essentially in? Like, he was so happy that he was able to at least save another friend, like one friend. Like, you just awakened me like a sleeper ancient. I am so sorry. I didn't, like, I'm just saying, dragons and yearning is very, Hoyoverse really loves that. The will of the heaven shifts and does not say, while white clouds drift and turn to hounds of grey. Also, can we, no. I will talk more about Zhongli after we get through Zibai's character stories, because this is not fair to Zibai. This is about her. But I do think that is relevant. Character story 3. 3, 5, 7. In the void moon, where time stands still, all things appear to have ceased their flow. 53, 59. But time does not truly stop. It merely slows to the point of imperceptibility. A single day in the mortal world feels as though a century is passing here. 151, 157, 167. Indeed, time must slowly pass. How else could one explain the erasure of the memories once engraved in my mind? 557. Ziju, 563. Long gone, 569. Their voices, their faces. What do these things mean? It's as if I can't bear to forget them, no matter what. But what do these things mean? What do these things mean? 1553. Is that brightness over there the light from a lantern? It feels familiar. It's as though someone once told me. It's the direction of home. There will come a day when I can return to my homeland. This is something I must not forget. 1567. What is home? 3557. So lonely, these numbers. Besides one, they have nothing but themselves. 3559. Yes, I am counting myself. Even if I forget my name, I won't forget that I exist. I won't forget that. 6127. What am I counting? 357. I just want to mention these three numbers, especially very important in Genshin Impact. The numerology continues. So Zibai was trapped in the shadow of the moons, and she likes math, but also kept counting just to keep herself. And I find it very, very curious how some of these numbers, I'm like, man, that's 6,000. Well, we know there's only at least 6,000. 357, 3 moons. When I think of 5 divinity figures, I think of the primordial one or the heavenly principles, Phanes, etc. And its 4 shades, 7 archons, etc. But she kept counting for the thousands, however long she stayed there. The thousands of years she was there. And mind you, thousands of years in the moon, definitely, or the shadow of the moon specifically, definitely different from thousands of years in the mortal realm, as it was stated. So the fact that she was able to keep herself sane for the thousands of years that she was in there, and yet she kept counting to remember. And then when I think of, when she says, is that brightness over there the light from the lantern, it feels familiar. The legend of, for the Shao lanterns, allowing for those lost and specifically warriors to find their way home. Liyue. Character Story 4. The White Horse Adeptus, who frequently appears in Liyue's legends as Zichao, the third deadly self severed by Zibai, is Zichao. She was the white horse that the elder of Qingce village said would assist the campaigns of the Lord of Geo. She was the daughter of time, known to the clans of Chenyu Vale. She was the gold-eyed Celadon mare referenced in the sanctification of Tao Do. She was even the white horse adeptus who leapt across the chasm of 500 years according to the genealogy of the Lu clan. In the days of the Archon War, she was freed by the Geo Archon from a painting of Zhangzhu the Moon Devourer and entered into a contract to aid him in his battles. Yet the traces of time upon her still exerted an inexplicable influence on the ancient Geo Archon. Thus, after the Archon War, Zichao, aware that she carried a threat upon her person, retreated into the forested mountains, never to reveal herself again in the mortal realm. However, she was carefree and unrestrained by nature, and she took much joy in displaying her powers. Since mortals' lifespan scarcely a stretch of 100 years, little did the traces of time leave their marks. And so, she would sometimes reveal herself to mortals beset by woe. While helping them in their plight, she would quietly pass on stories from before the sky collapsed and the earth sank into itself. But if The tales that humans recorded strayed from her intentions. She would likely give them no more than a glance before tossing them aside. After all, she was akin to a wild horse galloping freely across the empty wilds, with nothing to restrain her unfettered bounds. Though birthed from Zibai's demise, she deemed it not her fate to don her bridle, nor suffer the spurs of anyone else. Ever is she ready to spring with grace and mirth into the ends of time, then, with a bang, transform into a shimmering cloud of golden dust. Who frequently appears is Zichao. Also, I'm remembering in her story quest, or say the Lantern Ray not limited time, but story you have the fact that I think it was Hu Tao, it was like all the kids, Hu Tao, Chongyun, Xingqiu, they had never seen an eclipse for the first time. And that's so because there was never a true moon. So that's so exciting. I feel like that hasn't been talked about. The idea of Sichao being like, well, you guys won't really remember this, and this will be a cute little myth. I'm just going to use my abilities. Character Story 5. Much like the unforeseen catastrophe that befell the land she loved, the turning point that altered Zibai's fate once more arrived from beyond the heavens. Thanks to the efforts of the golden-haired traveler and her companions, the true moon returned to the skies of Tevat, while the false moon that imprisoned Zibai's essence began to crumble. With the aid of another old friend, the 3 fragments of Zibai's soul, tempered, slumbering, and carefree, greeted the hour of their return to the realm of mortals. Was all this foreseen by the shadow that had kept watch over Zibai? And had it now become the true reality beheld by the first angel? Whatever the truth, the guiding grace of the ancient kingdom had finally returned to her homeland, led by the summons of countless wishes. The land she returned to now bears little resemblance to its former days. The people worship a new god. The rites associated with lighting lanterns are completely transformed, and even the tales that she birthed have become unrecognizable. Yet, Zibai understands that the mortals she once protected did not allow their glorious civilization to perish. Instead, they took root in the soil of their homeland and flourished, carrying their traditions through the ages. Their visage may have shifted through the passing generations, yet still they endured to this day. As her old friend once said, had Long Gone's magnificent masonry not become part of the foundations upon which Liyue Harbor now stands, from whence would it gain its reputation as peaks adorning the clouded moon? And now, starved of all discontent, even the once insatiable fire of wrath has dimmed beyond sight. After all, her efforts were not in vain. She has returned to her homeland once more. This, it would seem, is enough. Enough, indeed, to offset the bitterness and hardship she has endured. Old friend. Zibai is such a cool character, so I'm just kind of in awe. Let's see. Was all that this foreseen by the shadow that had kept watch over Zibai, and had it now become the true reality beheld by the first angel? Such questions. I feel like I'm like at a loss for words, only because traces of time upon her still exerted an inexplicable influence on the ancient Geo-Archon. Yeah, inexplicable. Another thing about Tasibaka, old man, possible son. Zhongli is, if someone asks what Zhongli is, you can just answer yes. What is Zhongli? Yes. What could he be? Yes. I promise you, it will work. A boundless land of mountains and rivers. Everything that makes up today's Liyue feels both familiar and fresh to Zibai. Hence, while her spirit remains stable, she journeys across the land's vast mountains and rivers. She traveled to Mount Qingzi to watch waterfalls cascade from on high, crashing down and flowing anew through limpid springs. She ventured to Guyun's known forest to witness spears of rock thrust high into the vast sky above, their grandeur assailed by the howling winds, steadfast and resolute. She journeyed to Jade Mouth to glimpse fishing boats dot the water, beneath towering pieces of ancient jade, as mountain songs echoed in the distance. She wandered to Julian Karst to behold ethereal mists swirl and billow, like a lake of shifting white or an endless upturned sea. She was the angel who had taught ancient long gone the art of silk paintings. Now she called all those skills that had lain dormant for millennia. Whenever she encountered a scene of exceptional beauty, she would harness her adeptal powers to embroider the majestic landscape into silk. Over time, the mountains and rivers she captured spread over thousands of miles, a magnificent, resplendent tapestry of silk. When free from all labor, Zibai would happily retrieve her silk painting and admire it. The longer she looked, the brighter her face would shine with joyous pride. It's said that the Lord of Geo, upon observing her behavior, took quite an interest in the painting as well. Many times he asked to borrow it, but was consistently rebuffed, Zibai's reasons being that it was not yet finished. Who knows how magnificent and grand the splendor landscape will be when it is finally completed. How cute. Feeling really happy that she's able to explore the land that she formerly thought was gone and just be connected to Liyue again now that she is whole. I'm really happy that we were able to reconnect her too, because having her essence remain, but her soul essentially shattered into 3 fragments, that's not a fate I would wish on anyone. But Liyue is still her home, and she can see how everything has changed, but also how it is still where she belongs. Moonwheel. As with her kin, Zibai was born in accordance with the divine plan. Thus, she appeared beneath the skies of Tevat, bearing the mantle of the heaven's mission. The sparkling stars in the sky loved this world and sought to shape it into a garden of joy. Understanding her mission well, the emissary began to cultivate the soil. If the soil were fertile, the flowers and plants would flourish. But if the soil were spoiled, the garden would become a putrid swamp. Flowers of joy would bloom under the fervent morning sunlight, while flowers tainted with putrescence must be uprooted with the soil, lest they profane the heaven's love. Thus, Zibai's destiny flowed the course of the divine plan that had birthed her, until, that fateful day. For reasons unknown, the shadow of a king, that shade of time, placed before Zibai a crest engraved with the sigil of the moons. Its meaning was that she would no longer be just an agent of the morning stars. She would become an envoy of the moons as well. Was this, too, destined by the divine plan? So she wondered. Indeed, this was part of shaping the world. Thus, she began to travel back and forth from the morning stars to the moons to the garden, though she did not accept that crest. Since she did not understand how such an extraneous crest could make the divine plan any more perfect, she judged its acceptance unnecessary to her mission. But over time, she began to realize that the will and love of the morning stars and the moons for the gardens she was cultivating did not seem equal. The brilliant light of the morning stars always shone with vigor across the entire garden, not lingering on any single flower for long. They did not worry about scorching the flowers and soil that were not sacred, even if it would turn them to pure nothingness. The silver moonlight was different. Shunning the soil, it preferred to seep into the roots of each scorched plant, offering solace to those who had suffered the withering light. Of the two, whose will and love was more sacred? Such doubts would arise within Zibai's heart from time to time. The answer was clear. The solution lay within the riddle itself. The divine plan was, naturally, the most sacred. Yet, for some reason, Zibai's gaze followed the moonlight, lingering longer and longer on the small patch of flowers and plants she tended herself. When flowers bloomed, they were like laughter. When flowers withered, they were like falling tears. But the soil cannot laugh, so why should what is born from it be capable of sorrow? Lost in thought, Zibai cast her gaze. Flowers blooming, flowers withering, fruits forming, fruits falling, new buds blossoming, flowers blooming, flowers withering. Later, she heard that a flower bed managed by a peer had profaned the divine and was completely uprooted. Sorrow washed over her, but it soon turned to unease. Indeed, her mission from the heavens did not include sorrow. So how could one born from the very mission feel such an emotion? Had she been reduced to a plant that needed guidance? Had the will and love she once bore lost their sanctity? This seemed to mark the moment that fate first went astray, only to culminate in another. The moment when the sky collapsed and falsehoods descended. The garden turned to scorched earth, with flowers and plants teetering on the brink of collapse. The scorching heat seared her will, leaving her powerless to gather her thoughts. At that very moment, the moon crest dropped onto her back like a falling tear. It was the same cold glow she had once beheld and turned down, yet it bestowed upon her the same tranquility and solace as it did the flowers and plants in the garden. In that fleeting moment of chill, she realized that before she was consumed by the scorching brilliance of the morning stars, she could still love her flowers for untold ages. I really love that they gave us the perspective of an angel wishing to perform her divine duties, being birthed because of a divine plan, i.e. the divine plan by the heavenly principles of angels being guides to the mortal realm, but also questioning, which is something one should not do. And I also, once again, really like love the comparison of mortals and the divine with gardens. But it's also something too that when you see, which paragraph? It seemed to mark the moment that fate first went astray, only to culminate in another. The moment when the sky collapsed, falsehood descended, garden became scorched earth. That vision to reconnected. It reads like the vision helped stabilize her to not be destroyed completely. That's what I read it as well. Because I thought of Ningguang here too, where it's like, oh, I have a vision, or in her case, a moon wheel. I don't need that. What does this mean to me? But the shadow of a king. Then she began to travel back and forth, from the morning stars to the moon to the garden. But she did not accept that crest, since she did not understand how such an extraneous crest could make the divine plan more perfect. She judged the appearance unnecessary to her mission. But again, yeah. But yeah, I would agree with the assessment that it assisted her in stabilizing. I feel like I got hit in the face with lore, like in her character story 1 and 2 especially, but especially her second one. Like, hello? Morning stars, like morning stars, heaven star. Don't feed my brain while the twins being Fades. Please. I've been seeing more of that recently. Not on social media, but in like different lore spaces.
My name is Zibai. I was once known to mortals as the White Horse Adeptus. But now that I have descended to the mortal plane, you may simply call me Zibai.
It is nice to meet you, Zibai.
The whole world shares the bounty of the skies, the rain and clouds that grace the earth beneath. The moon was never meant to be a foreign realm.
Heaven star, address me. Yeah, like next time we see Zhongli, stare at it. Address. We need to address.
Mathematics is the foundation of all things. If you're interested, I can teach you some arithmetic. First, hold out both your hands. We'll start with the 10 fingers.
Oh no, Zibai, I cannot. I don't compute with math. I can barely speak, so math is a large ask. I am always impressed with people who can just do math at all. It could never be me. But I do love how she just recounts prime numbers. I think that's really, really interesting.
The Adeptus arts are most miraculous, but unless one first cultivates the mind before cultivating these arts, all their feats will be like the moon's reflection on water, shattering at the slightest touch.
The moon's reflection on water, shattering at the slightest touch. I love the amount of times we've heard reflection on the water.
The moon is barely visible.
I love how, what's the word? I love how prim she is. I love that.
Hark! The thunderous wrath of heaven!
Okay, Zibai.
At least it's not as cold as on the moon.
It actually makes me so sad because I can't imagine how freezing it is there or was there for her. But considering she's a divine, she would have some resistances, of course. But like even when the traveler went to the moon, the true moon with Columbina, I'm like, I'm happy that you're not cold because, especially Lumine, I would be free. Actually, I'd be dead. But like, you know what I mean? In that situation, it'd be so cold.
Journeying through the desert is as arduous as one might imagine.
And also, I haven't been able to properly the amount of moon imagery on her, but I do want to at some point like count the amount of moons on her design, because I haven't even looked at, because just right here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16, like she has a lot. And I as a moon and star girly, I really appreciate.
Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? The sun is now at its peak. If you are tired, you should take a rest. The moon creeps silently into the sky, until all of a sudden, we notice it shining down from the heavens.
The vitriol she has in her voice there. Next time we see Zhongli, just address him starting with all of his titles. You know who else has a lot of titles in Genshin Impact? And it seems like every patch we get a new name for them. You know who else has a lot of titles? Say it with me, chat. Heavenly Principal. Now, am I saying there's a direct connection? My hands are in the air. But I will say, very interesting. Next time we see Zhongli, just address him starting with all the titles. Hello, Heaven Star, Morax, Rex Lapis, Geo Archon, Lord of Geo, Deus, Ari, Vega, Mundo, God of Contracts, Prime of Adepti, God of History, God of Wealth, Commerce, Warrior God, the Groundbreaker, and more. How are you, sir? How are you, sir? Currently using Zhongli because he most explicitly stated his new contract with the Traveler, he named Zhongli. We don't know what his true name is. We assume that his true name was Morax, but we don't know that.
Are you trying to stay up longer than the moon? You should go to sleep now. Good night.
Oh, that's so cute. I love her. We are all the heavenly principles. All of Tevat was split into innumerable fragments to experience itself through itself. You know what? That's Genshin Impact. Unironically, Genshin Impact. I can't wait when we get to a future patch. That's just exactly what it is. Everything is a fragment within a fragment within a fragment of itself. Like this is Genshin Impact. Something. Everyone is the heavenly principles. To be pinned. Oh.
After I severed my 3 deadly cells, my third self wandered the mortal realm and experienced many things. The most well-known of these are recorded in the book Moonlit Bamboo Forest, which recounts my nighttime wanderings. Perhaps I should visit the bamboo forest for myself when I have the time.
I love that we've come full circle. I really like this. My third self wandered the mortal realm, yep. Also, her trailer is so good, and her cutscene is so good.
When I lived alone, I would often resort to mathematics to pass the time, devising and solving arithmetic puzzles. If you are interested, I can take you through some of the more amusing ones.
She's so excited and ready to teach people arithmetic. I love that for her. I want to see how the Traveler would do learning mathematics with Zibai.
When the people of Liyue write poems about homesickness, they often express their feelings by waxing lyrical about the moon. This makes abundant sense, as no matter how far apart we may be, everyone in the world shares the same moonlight. And yet, to truly appreciate the experience of gazing at the moon, surely the Traveler would prefer to return home and share it with their friends and family. For as the saying goes, the moon always shines brightest back home.
Very sweet. Waxing lyrical about the moon. Correct. That's me. The moon always shines. And she's home. That makes me so happy. I'm so...
You mentioned before that you do not hail from this world, and that you were separated from kin. Yet despite the great hardships and dangers you have faced in this foreign land, you have fought on most courageously, displaying a rare degree of fortitude. Heaven does not forsake those who strive on. I am confident that you will achieve what you hope for. I do not say this as mere consolation either. The people of Liyue often wish upon the moon for family reunions, and as a longtime resident of the lunar plane, surely my blessing counts for more than most.
I appreciate her candidness. Also, welcome, Pickle Blends. Hello. But yes, Vega. Any more Squidwards I should know about? Yeah, that's Genshin. This is very, very sweet of her. But I also... Okay. List of characters who know that the Traveler is not of this world. Now we can add Zibai to the list. Though I do feel like the list has just expanded quite a bit because of Nodcry, but...
Once divine power is obtained, one may wield it as they will. As for me, since I now dwell in Liyue, protecting this land naturally comes first.
I love that for her.
My third deadly self, counted among the 8 adepts, was named the Gold-Eyed Celadon Mare. But in fact, she, had very little to do with the other adepts outside of the Taudo incident. She spent most of her time roaming elsewhere. According to my later memories, several other members of the 8 adepts attempted to track her down, but 4 legs will always outrun 2. I don't believe they ever did catch up with that horse.
Oh, she's so silly. Stop. I think it's so fascinating. All parts of her, even while her essence was trapped on the moon, that they just all exist still. And this one specifically, just roaming forever. I just can't help but laugh at the idea. Like, oh yeah, she's a horse, so they could never catch her. Hee.
I am amazed that the glaze lily survives to this day. I still remember how the Yunlai angler and the Wuwang kid enjoyed pairing the petals with a glass of wine. Then a few drinks later, they'd start doing a sword routine to add to the fun. Was some mysterious sword style born in the process? It's possible. All too often, however, they got too drunk to remember anything after the fact.
I really love how she's able to vividly memories like this. Because one of the things I always am when it comes to divinity or beings like this are able to recount their memories at all. So here it just makes me really happy that quite literally her homecoming. And she's able to recount things in the past. And even as there is change currently in Liyue, she still remembers this. Very cute. Ah, I see. I'll be honest, I'm surprised she doesn't have multiple Zhongli lines. But we'll see. Let's begin.
Though mortals call me the White Horse Adeptus, I was not bestowed with this title by Morax, the Prime of Adepti. I joined the celestial ranks very long ago, in ancient times, where I served as a moon envoy. But what is past is settled, and there is no need to dwell on it. Here in the present, people seem accustomed to calling me the White Horse Adeptus, and that is fine by me. Do I ever see Zhongli around, you ask? Why, yes. I occasionally see him walking the streets with Director Hu or enjoying a cup of tea on his own. I must say, his life as a consultant seems far more pleasant and relaxed than his life as Rex Lapis.
Also, but yes, you swordship is Chi-Chi and Kaching. I remember learning about that years ago because when I first got Kaching, because I can't remember who I got first. I'll check my character arc. But it's it had stated Yunlai swordsmanship and then ancient Yunlai swordship, I believe, for Chi-Chi. I was like, oh, that's very interesting. Do I ever see Zhongli around? Yes. He is retired TM. Zhongli just becomes more and more suspicious. More and more suspicious with each patch. And I really, really love how they keep... They're like, don't forget. We haven't gotten to him, but don't forget. And of course, it could be me being super hopium, but I just really... He's still... It's like, we're not finished with you, Zhongli. Get back here. Get back here. You're not finished.
I understand that the Liyue of today is built on trade and commerce, a highly involved and complex affair. For the Tianquan to shoulder the enormous responsibility of ruling Liyue, she must be a truly exceptional person. But I have heard that there are a total of 7 Qixing within the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and I have only met a handful of them. I wonder where the others are. I suppose they must be busy elsewhere with their duties.
True. Oh, I want to see them interact, though. I really want to see Ningguang interact. Yeah, Venti running away from... Venti, like, Armin Day Act 2 a time for her.
I ran into the Yuheng once on the outskirts of Liyue. She was there with a team from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to conduct some land measurements. The terrain was inhospitable, mountainous, with sheer cliff faces. But there she was, leading from the front. I happened to notice her and was about to clear some overgrown brambles from her path when, to my surprise, she drew her sword and swiftly cleared the path ahead by herself. I had heard that she had a reputation for being a bold and unstoppable commander, and I must say she certainly lives up to it.
Oh, ka-ching. Sometimes I'm like, I want to play Kaching, and then I don't remember how to play her, and I don't. But these two specifically, I love when we go back to Liyue, and because they, both work together, makes me happy. So I'm just biased, but I would love to see Zibai interacting with them more.
Chi-Chi is an odd case. A little girl with the body of an adeptus, but not the soul, whose mental clarity fades in and out. I believe I have seen these symptoms before. If fate permits, I should like to examine her more fully and diagnose her condition.
I see. Also, unfortunately, I feel people don't care about Chi-Chi's lore. The whole, I gotta Chi-Chi. Her not being as, say, Klee. But I also to be really tragic, but also interesting. I've heard Kaching's pretty decent with the Dendro team. I don't think I've tried Kaching with the Dendro team. I could maybe at some point. 6-star Chi-Chi incoming. If they start doing variants in Genshin Impact, exhausting. We already have what, like 113 characters or something like that, I think. I don't know the exact. I know we have at least Skirk was our 100th character, I believe. So we have quite a few now.
I have met with Cloud Retainer, or Shenyun as she has taken to calling herself. Although she is an adeptus, she rarely makes use of her attendant powers, preferring instead to tinker away with her mechanical devices. She explained that she seeks to create mechanisms that even ordinary mortals can use with ease. As it happened, I recalled some mechanical blueprints from Langan, so I proceeded to draw them for her. However, those mechanisms are so ancient that I'm not sure they'll be of any use in this day and age.
Well, it's the thought that counts. Oh, I have to wonder how conversation between the two of these would be. They're both incredibly passionate about various subjects, and I would like to believe that they would get along fairly well.
I understand this young lady is part human, part Adeptus. Most remarkable. From what Streetward Rambler has told me, it would seem that she belongs to a younger generation of Adepti who have never seen war in their lifetime. And with her consummate mastery of the legal code, I also doubt she has to rely on her adeptal powers to gain wisdom. I still remember a few examples of case law from ancient times. I'll have to write them down in the coming days and ask Streetward Rambler to pass them on to her. I hope she'll like them.
I would love if they just had voice lines with Madam Ping, because Streetward Rambler, I mean, I do love her title, but also, I'm still to this day very sad Yanfei was not in Fontaine.
I've heard there was a time when the Yakshas, led by Morax, cleansed evil from all corners of the land. They performed many outstanding military feats in the process, but it came at the cost of a karmic debt, which tormented them. Today, only General Alatus remains. I wonder if his karmic debt still troubles him. Perhaps there is some way in which I could help? What? Someone has already healed him? I see. Very good. I'm glad he's at peace.
So I really like her. She's clearly very concerned and she was ready to provide her services, but it was already taken care of. And now she's like, okay, well then anyway, we will move on. She's such a caring soul. I love that. I really like Saban.
A disciple of Streetward Rambler, if I'm not mistaken. She possesses commendable strength and spirit for a mere mortal. Cloud Retainer has taken on several disciples as well, yes? It is good to have successors. I wonder why I have never heard Mountain Shaper or Moon Carver display any interest in taking on disciples. Could it be that they haven't found any suitable candidates? Or perhaps they're too busy trotting off to enjoy themselves to think about such matters. Each of the Adepti is so mystifying in their own unique way.
I truly would have to think who either of their disciples would be, considering both of those two are Mountain Shaper and Mooncarver are always with one another. So again, I'd have to really consider if they would ever even have disciples. They're clearly much more open and social than they have been in the past. This past story, or this past Lantern Rite, clearly saw how whimsical they are, and they're very much so able to be. They can interact with humans, so I'd be curious to know.
Lanyan must surely be a descendant of Windreader. I recall that Windreader traveled with the jade-plumed Silverwing for a time, creating quite an enchanting tale. I'm sure both of them would be delighted to know how very wise and capable their latter-day descendants have turned out.
Aw, that's so precious. So in this voice line, she didn't say one of the three beasts of Taldo. I wonder if they'll fix that in the future. But this makes me really happy. I've been wanting to play Lanyan more recently, and this is really cute. I love that she has a voice about her.
I am well apprised of Director Hu's heroic act, facing death alone to protect the lives of others. Her courage and determination make her a worthy successor to the Wuwang Kid's legacy. It is most fortunate indeed that, thanks to your help, Director Hu did not end up like the lone butterfly of the Crimson Flame. Never mind that. No sense dwelling on what is past and gone.
Oh my. Now, I don't think, I imagine she didn't say that to be shady, but I really do like how, like, having the past events and like reference, because I do really Hu Tao's, I say Hu Tao's Lantern Rite from, was it 2 years ago? That experience was something I'm once again very sad that's not a permanent event, but it should be.
The three Moon Sisters.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I understand that they had a very close relationship. When one of them did not feel like being on duty, she would beg another to take her place, then make it up to her later with gifts of makeup and jewelry. However, so liberal were they with this ad hoc shift-swapping business that it sometimes led to chaos. For instance, there was once a year when all three moons aligned, but this only happened because they all got the timing mixed up. And so there came a day on which only one moon should have been on duty, but all three appeared in the sky at once. They hurried to line up in a row, two moons trying their best to hide behind the one who was supposed to be on duty. But alas, they still gave the poor people down below a most terrible fright. They burned incense for several days straight. After that incident, the sisters asked me to try to convey to the people of the world that the sight of three moons together in the sky was not an omen of impending disaster, nor a sign that regime change was nigh. Naturally, I put the question back to them, inquiring what such a phenomenon should represent to humanity. They hemmed and hawed for a while before finally saying, It means a festival is coming, and everyone should eat full moon cakes, and stuff."
Oh my. So, one, I was not expecting this voice line to be this long. But I love how we see a silly side to the Three Moon Sisters, especially considering Zibai was a aunt for them. But the idea that they would be so chaotic with their shifts that they genuinely scared their mortal realm is so funny and also so horrifying. This is so I'm happy I learned about this now. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. I hope we can get more things like this.
The Liyue of today is a vastly different place from the land I once knew. Even the name Liyue did not exist back then. Many moons have passed and many tides have turned since that age, and everything I remember is now long gone. Poets like to say that time flies like a white steed. And curiously enough, my third deadly self was known as the White Horse Adeptus. Perhaps this is karma at work. You'd like to hear more about my past? Very well. One more person knowing the truth can only be a good thing.
Also, welcome. Welcome, Malika. Oh, okay. I love your name. Welcome. I once again adore how the Traveler is a record keeper, and Zibai will be informing them of information in history that they will take with them.
Long ago, I descended from the heavens to Langan to act as an envoy, guiding the people of that nation towards a peaceful future. The people of Langan called me the god of soil and grain, believing that I blessed their nation with favorable weather and bountiful harvests. I indeed had some influence over the weather, but the bountiful harvests were entirely due to the hard work of the nation's people. How did I guide Langan? Not with any grandeur or majesty, that's for sure. Save for a few interventions to divine the future, ward off evil, and prevent disasters, I spent the majority of my time as a teacher. I taught children how to read and write, do arithmetic, and play music. In my spare time, I compiled and edited texts on matters of etiquette, music, and the like.
I love this. So I know people probably say quote unquote yaps a lot, but I really like when characters just give us more information like this, and specifically her role as a god in like, hello?
In my view, the most important thing to focus on when guiding a nation into the future is the education of the heart. A people without virtue cannot build a nation that endures, however abundant their material wealth may be. Consider those from Liyue who climb the mountains in search of the Adepti, motivated only by selfish gain. Even if they are lucky enough to obtain Adeptal treasures, those treasures will ultimately be their undoing if their intentions are impure. Now, of course, while cultivating virtue in one's heart, one must also sharpen the blade in one's hand. As the saying goes, one ought to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
No, I agree. I agree, Vega, because I like the idea of the character giving me more about themselves as you have friendship with them and you're able to learn more into like how they are emotionally, psychologically, their history, all of that. Like I want to how the character presents themselves. And then I also like looking at it from a narrative perspective as to how they are presented, how they are written. So I really like getting things like this directly from the character. And Miss Welsh, Laura Welsh, fantastic voice actress who is just really doing a fantastic job with Zibai's performance.
I have always been an avid reader. Nowadays, books are the only place where I can find the home and friends that I once knew. As ever, I annotate the text whenever I find factual errors. Recently, someone noticed my annotations and spent several days tracking me down to request that I teach history at his school. He was quite insistent, but his attitude seemed sincere to me, so I acquiesced and taught the classics there for a month. The sight of those students, eager to gain knowledge, took me right back to when I taught at the school in Longan. I never imagined that I would become a teacher again today. I suppose it was meant to be.
Oh, I'm so happy for her. Oh. Zibai would be an excellent teacher. Oh, I'm so happy for her.
Although I spend much of my time wandering, I occasionally return to Liyue to teach classes at various schools, where I take the opportunity to correct the historical records on Langan. Back in my day, the study of history was considered a singularly important affair. After all, the mirror of the past teaches us lessons for the future. I'm sure the ancient sages would be delighted to know that someone is still curating the historical records of Langan, all these centuries later. You don't think this is very Adeptus-like of me? Well, so be it. What the Liyue Harbor of today needs is not the extraordinary might of a handful of Adepti, but the combined strength of its mortal populace, united. I'm sure the other Adepti are quite cognizant of this fact too. In any case, my role is to be a guide, and I continue to fulfill that by being an educator.
Oh, I'm so excited. I hope to see more of Zibai around as an educator. That makes me really happy. I love that she's going to be able to be a teacher. And I also think it's hilarious how she corrects historical records, as she should, because she would know firsthand. And I just really appreciate that her corrections, her annotations, everything will be provided for humanity in this day and age.
I suppose my hobby would be moon gazing. Now that I think about it, the thought of moon gazing in Liyue is quite an interesting one. The idioms used in literature of this day and age are most idiosyncratic. I fail to understand most of them, and trying to trace their origins is a very laborious endeavor. I suppose it will take me some time to get acquainted with a modern parlance.
She's so upset. She's so angry. Now, to be fair, sometimes I do agree, but I can understand where she says that they're rather idiotic.
Have you ever tried a full moon cake? I used to share them with friends while moon gazing, but now I can't seem to find them anywhere. It's quite a pity.
Well, hopefully she will be able to teach that recipe or like place it in various places so that people will be able to share it among their family and it be spread for generations.
Ugh, raw meat is quite simply... I just think meat should be cooked through prior to consumption.
Oh. I mean, I can't. I don't. Dare I say, I don't think I know anyone who would just eat plain raw meat. I don't know anyone who would do such a thing. I'm sure there are people out there, but I could not imagine. A part of me feels like I know some people, for instance, prefer having very rare steak, like very raw, or like I think I'm remembering like it. I couldn't. Not very common, but some cuts are fine raw. Okay, that's fair. I get very unnerved at the idea of seeing that.
Had I been able to sample such fine delicacies during my lunar exile, perhaps I would have stayed a little longer. I jest.
He's so silly.
A fine meal. I will savor it. This dish tastes rather peculiar. Innovative, even.
She is so silly. Stop. She did not need to. She was in pain when she said that. Oh my god. She said this was very innovative.
Today is your birthday? Then we must celebrate. I recall that it is customary for the elderly to eat longevity noodles. And while you appear youthful, I suspect that if we were to count the years since your birth, you would in fact be older than most people in Liyue Harbor. In that sense, preparing a bowl of longevity noodles for you would not be an inappropriate gesture. Of course I know how to make them. I may have joined the celestial ranks in my time, but I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Frankly, the only reason I no longer have much of an appetite these days is probably all that time I spend in the heavens without any facility to cook. But I digress. Eating is the second most important affair in the world, so we must ensure that you enjoy a good bowl of longevity noodles before the day is through.
You're telling me that Celestia doesn't have a stove? Am I reading that correctly? I spent all the time in the heavens without any facility to cook. Wait, actually, I think here she's referring to when she was trapped, but like, I also just interpreted that as no, Celestia just doesn't have any stoves or ovens. Oh my goodness. What happened when it's almost 2:30 in the morning and I can no longer read.
I see.
Oh, this is a sound alert.
I see. The moon waxes and wanes. The spirit returns to its dwelling. As an adeptus, I must fulfill my duty.
Okay. Whereas Jiren's was like a story or a legend, have hers being very straightforward.
I see.
So cute. Alright, I love that. Also, she's so pretty. I love that even though, you know, she's White Horse Adeptus, a lot of white. They incorporated shades of jade. I like that. Whoops. That's not the button knife. Okay. I'm going to read signature weapon. The light-bearing moon shard. A legendary sword said to be forged from the glimmering moonlight gathered in the well by an adeptus hidden among clear springs. Its true form is revealed only at the meeting of dusk and dawn. A light-bearing moon shard. Passing through layers of rocky ridges, The hidden spring of a forgotten tomb, absent from all chronicles, finally revealed itself at dusk. A whispered tale it was that ran only among the mining tribes, speaking of an adeptus who forged swords from flowing light, an adeptus who once vanished into the watery moon beneath the depths. Seeking traces of that adeptus, the girl ventured into the shadowed gorge, landing softly among the pines on her climbing sandals. No one was around, only moonlight spilled through the narrow clefts, sketching half-formed phantoms behind bamboo curtains. In ages past, before Mount Tiangheng rose, and the sea still knew no calm, there was a kingdom named Longan on the western coast. With roasted millet and boars proffered, beating earthen drums on wicker stands, the people honored the gods with utmost sincerity. Thus, the heavenly being descended, teaching them to till the earth and sow grains, to spin thread and weave cloth. And thus it was proclaimed, fair shall be the fortune of your kingdom, long enduring as the heavens. Vast shall be the blessings of your realm, limitless as the earth itself. But the mighty dragon who once stood alongside the Lord of Geo could not escape sudden ruin, trampling the flourishing lands of humanity's master. The mountain folk could only take up their ancestors' weapons and follow the Yaksha beneath the Lord's banner, resisting the calamity that descended from the heavens, searching for the sword that would save them from the calamity. The daughter of the sheer cliffs and crystal sands followed ancient songs, at last reaching the kingdom of her forebears, hidden within the caverns. Hearing now her purpose declared, the silver shadows seemed to stir with a soft laughter, rippling along the spring under the moon. Alas, the path of the heavens is ever shifting and unknowable. Fortune and woe are intertwined and unpredictable. In those days, a blazing comet fell from the east, descending upon the western frontiers. Unrest followed in its wake. Thereafter, the heavens toppled and the sea lay in ruin. The earth was swallowed into chasms, deep as the whale dives. The people perished, and the realm was left to woe. Glorious blooming flowers and splendid woven brocades are naught but reflections on the water, phantom and mirrors. Eternal prosperity, how could it ever be attained? Perhaps the stone fortresses in the mountains would one day crumble into jade-colored ruins, becoming glazed sand crystals in the hands of merchants. But to the young girl, such things were yet 100 generations off. They were idle tales for the distant future, not for today. The shadowed figure casually pulled a wild bamboo stalk from the slanted cliff. The tip broke and fell, but the girl caught it before it touched the ground. As the waxing moon bears its light, one might chase forms and shadows. Now, you've understood the true essence of the sword. Why seek its physical form then? It is said that the girl later trained 100 elite warriors in sword and halberd combat. Alongside the Lord of Geo, they subdued the dragon and quelled evil across the land. By the time the malevolent demons were vanquished and the world was now at peace, those once feared warriors became shrewd merchants haggling over every coin in Shenglu Hall. Today, it is only when selling their exquisite porcelain, fired from sand crystals, that they speak of those ancient fanciful tales. The mountains stand silent, while the cold moon hanging over the harbor city holds vigil, illuminating every river just as it did thousands of years ago. This is so curious to me, because okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think this is a really interesting description because it more or less just details we have mentions of H-Daha's erosion, the formation, well, I say not formation, but returning to Liyue Harbor. I just... I think this is just... Perhaps it's because it's late and I can't properly process, but I feel like this is pretty straightforward in terms of its... Like, just recounting of Zibai's lore in addition to events in the Liyue's past. I feel like I don't really have anything to add to this. At least maybe not right now. I think I want to come back to this just like how I want to come back to Durin's weapon because of Conria Brain. But also, it'll have to be another stream that I read Daybreak Chronicles. Only because it is 2:35 in the morning where I am currently. And I would like to get some sleep because I didn't realize I've been streaming for 5 hours. Mind you, I only went over 2 characters today. I did not go over Columbina. I did go over Venti's new weapon. Maybe I'll reread his lore, we'll see. I also kind of want to redo Kirk's. And I also did not even go over Varka's lore yet. So maybe I'll have a Varka Columbina stream at some point in the future, but I don't want to give a definitive time. I'll just randomly stream, and if you see me live, that'll be what I'm doing. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it there, guys, and hopefully in the coming days I will have a stream for you guys in terms of more lore stream, but perhaps I should react to the live stream in the future.
Miraculous, but unless one first cultivates the mind before
Like, let's see. I saw some voice lines. Oh, I think it's her skills, yeah. Yeah, I think on that note, I'm just going to call it there for the evening. Thank you all for stopping by and lurking for these past few hours. And I do want to emphasize again that my schedule is going to be kind of all over the place, so I'm sorry for not being nearly as organized as I thought I would be. But I am incredibly grateful for everyone lurking and giving me their support, so thank you. But on that note, I'm actually going to head to bed, and if it is evening where you are, have a good night. If it's the afternoon where you are, I hope you have a good rest of your day. But yeah, it was truly a pleasure. This was really fun. I miss doing lore streams. And specifically lore reading streams, I should say. But yes, I will call it there for the evening, guys. Thank you so much. And I look forward to talking to you guys soon. I'll be around lurking. But have a good night, everyone. Take care.